Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Shadowverse. Today is Friday, July 31st. So it was the case that what's on Steam's Twitter feed was messed up, which probably means that Steam's announcement of new games was messed up, so we have quite a lot of games to talk about today. I have main story or practice, quests, and here's a new solo mission quest of using exclusive private matches. No wait. Evolve followers using evolution points excluding private matches. Alright, well that's much easier to do than playing exclusive private matches. We have also this quest, which is the crossover to the Code Geass situation, where you have a limit once per day, which I'm not sure if the limit once per day actually just means you actually can only win once per day, but you can play him as many times as you want. So I was able to play off screen to get to 15 wins for another 700 points, and to get Suzaka to win without playing a spell, which actually was incredibly difficult because there's only spells, amulets, and creatures in this game, so you're talking literally taking out a third of the gameplay mechanics, really. But I haven't been able to put a lot of effort or have a lot of success as far as defeating Charles, so let's start with him. There is also a level of like rewards that I was getting just for playing games. I was getting sometimes like 150 experience for just winning a game, or 50 for just playing a game, and then that kind of dried up, so it seems like there was kind of a daily limit on that also. So yeah, I had to make these two unlimited decks. Both of these have no spells on it to get that done, whereas here I just don't know what would even be the right deck to take on Charles with. And we'll get into maybe a tournament today. Also, as for the accountability section, it's really hard to have anything to say. I'm still very much in this situation where I'm going through the main story and not even doing the daily the gameplay in the main story. I'm just skipping the battles because after the second chapter it just does not give you any rewards other than gold, and while I do have 3 daily quests right now that would work around that concept fairly well, normally speaking that it's just not an efficient use of time to play a game that's going to take 10 or 15 minutes just to get gold.
May the forest be at peace.
Why did I get a puppet? Which must have done something that
Rest for a bit.
killed. He got a whole bunch of puppets. Alright, well. So we do this. And we want to wait. So we're not going to do anything else. Try to play fairly strategically. These challenges, these quests are like scripted somewhat. Like, so I don't think they're 100% scripted to the point where you absolutely for certain know that you would what to do or what the opponent is going to do. But they are scripted, I think, enough to make it fairly difficult to pull off the things that need to be pulled off to win, because there definitely was like a level of cheating going on in one of the games, and that almost certainly comes around to the idea of having a challenge to defeating him on the 10th turn. You might very well need to defeat him on the 1st turn, on the 10th turn, because he might play something on the 11th turn that wins the game for him, or almost certainly wins the game for him. There is a certain limitation here. If on the 10th turn he's programmed to ensure his victory, like that certainly could happen. Alright. Let's see.
Hey, I'm the grown-up here.
So it's a little short on that, but that still shouldn't matter. Because if I do this, and then do this, there we go. So I can play these on the 4th turn if I can succeed to actually play 4 cards before him. But just look at what they're doing here. It's just card on top of card on top of card on top of card on top of card. Not something that you inherently would assume is the right move, or something that should just happen or work.
Don't hurt me.
Right. Okay. And we don't know how many cards we played, but we can see it's 3. So unless I had another 0, I still can't play this. Yeah, I don't know why I have puppets in my hand for this deck. It normally doesn't. Is there something I can attack with? Or is there an evolve here that would maybe make sense? So yeah, I've just been going through the main story of Chapter 3 of Shadowverse without playing the game, and it's still not really going anywhere or saying anything. It really just feels like the creators of Shadowverse side games wanted this to be their masterpiece and didn't realize that they really didn't have the budget or the skill to have a main story element. And when you compare that to like Hearthstone, where there is no main story element at all, there's a certain beauty to simply focusing on the card balance in the game itself. Alright. Now, how do we want to do this? This could be 6-7 evolved.
It won't be long now.
So we go and attack that.
Let's go, everyone.
We go and attack that.
I guess that was someone else.
And we go ahead and just attack this, I guess. And that's gonna leave me at like 1 health, which he almost certainly can do 1 health damage.
Life's end is eternity's beginning.
You just can tell by the number of cards these characters are playing in 1 turn that there's a strategy here that might be something you could do in the real world, but you almost certainly would not be able to do in the real world.
Come with us.
Like, and yeah, that was just enough to save me for one turn. And that's pretty much it. Because you do something like this, 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 and then this. And now, if I could kill something, that would be good. But I don't even know what I could kill. Like, ideally, you would say, take this and attack that.
You win some, you lose.
I can do that. And then
I'm the grown-up here.
I can play that. And still doesn't solve anything. This guy's on 9 cards. He has 18 cards left.
Sustain me.
He's not
Oh,
anywhere
you're
close
strong.
to. We're only on our 8th turn. So you would think, since that was the 1 per day challenge, you wouldn't be able to just click battle again and play. But you can totally do that. So, yeah. Yeah, who knows how this really is gonna go. I just finished doing the vampire characters story for chapter 3, and in one of the story sections I said, well, the problem with Urias the vampire is that he's never going to have any character development because he is, or at least you could write him this way terribly, where he'll never grow as a character because he feels that he is already perfect and his only desire is to look for fights, much like kind of how Goku is in Dragon Ball Z. He's just like never really emotionally attached to much of anything, and he's just for the love of the fight is his only motivation. And so yeah, that was speculation that I threw out there, and then 4 or 5 story segments after that, Urias, the vampire character, literally said what I just said, or not directly said the exact same words, but gave the exact same sentiments. He said he feels he's perfect. He will not have character growth. He will not evolve, which really makes him as a character kind of pointless. And at that point, the only thing a good writer could do is use him as a tool and potentially kill him off so he becomes a martyr. And then you would probably want to introduce a whole nother vampire character, a new vampire, a young vampire. They also said that he only drinks blood like once a century or a decade, so he's not really much of a vampire by most modern definitions. So he's not really a threat that way either. He doesn't attack weak people. He only attacks and tries to fight people that he thinks are worthy. He doesn't kill, so far, anybody he's fought, as far as I can tell. So he's just kind of a musclehead looking for a fight for fun. He's a lot like the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure characters, or maybe even the Baki the Grappler characters.
Where's my knight in shining armor?
There are any 11 cards in hand, deal 3 damage to enemy. I guess I did have some other 11 cards.
Just you wait.
Nice. Oh, yeah, I could play something else. Good. there might be a reason why you would want
Call me short.
to have a character with ambush and then try and buff them up. Because if I could get this character to do potentially 10 damage, and we're not gonna have a character that's gonna try and heal himself the whole time, there might be some actual gameplay chance of success. And when you compare like Urias the Vampire's main story in Chapter 3 to Luna's story, once again you have this issue of the game really failing to do the things you'd want to do, which is have her be a character that could actually talk and have opinions and desires. Instead you get a lot of Luna just going, I don't know, I'm just gonna follow this guy just because she's just too young a character, frankly. Let's just go ahead and do that. I might be better off just doing damage to him each turn.
Here I go. I'm not mousing around. Close as my tail, fellow muse.
See, you can see he's playing basically the exact same cards. So, suppose I could script exactly what I need to do. Okay, do that. Shouldn't really draw 3 cards right now. Should play this. And then I should play maybe this. This.
Speed things up.
And then we evolve that. Probably a waste of an evolve.
I've got your scent.
Oh no.
And then let's see. What else do we want to do?
Too slow.
Just do that. What else can I play? This, which would draw 1 card and follow and summon something. This, which would put 1 card in our hand. And this, which would put a Princess Strike. The good news is if I only have like 2 more leader stories, so about 24 more chapters in episode 3, and then there's probably about 12 chapters in episode 4, and then there's probably about 48 chapters in episode 5, then another 12 in episode 6, then another 48 in episode 7, and then probably 12 for episode 8 and another 12 for episode 9. So in a very long perspective, this game might be finally in a position where I'm starting to get about halfway through the main story. Let's see. Randomly deal 5 damage, that should work for anybody. And then yeah, but I have like 6 health, so still not gonna win. like I had something else to talk about, but I can't even really remember because I've just been spending so much time. I mean, once again, see, and in this case, you see no experience going up for this gameplay and no quest points going up for this gameplay. I don't know why that's the case. Specifically, because sometimes I was getting quest points, sometimes I wasn't. And I don't know how you're supposed to get the rest of the quests points unless you're just supposed to play and win. But even getting victories, I think at a certain point I stopped getting quest points. So I feel like after a week or so they might change it and give you 3 different other opponents to do the mission quests. Otherwise, they've just set the number to an unrealistically high amount, something that you could never reach. One of the manga gamers on Steam, one of those visual novel games that particularly Manga Gamer has been putting visual novel games on as edited, censored versions on Steam, and then their website leads to a patch. Manga Gamer claims that the patch is not just like a 0-bit or 0-byte file that unlocks content that's already hidden in secret in the game, whereas the people that kind of clearly obviously have some kind of bias against visual novels that are even slightly adult or started off as adult, like lewd sex visual novel type games, they seem to have just like such a bias against them that they're kind of bending over backwards to find these manga gamers. And Manga Gamer games in particular have been the most vocal for, and they might very well be because they have this might very well just be because they have a competing store, but Manga Gamer seems to freely admit that their competing store does not get in front of the eyes of anywhere as many people that look at the games listed on Steam. So in the case of Honey Pop, and here's like a great example. Honey Pop was before Steam said that they weren't going to be really censoring much, except for the things that they call illegal, which also that accusation gets thrown around and is questionable as to the sincerity on those accusations or the truth on those accusations. It seems to be SJW's second or third line of attack to call something illegal and claim something is going to be the person who created something or said something or did something is going to be arrested at any point. This is what they claimed about Vic Mignogna, that he was going to be arrested any day. They claimed that 4 years ago. He still has yet to be arrested, and how you would have any special knowledge of that is ridiculous. You would literally risk your entire prosecution if you were to tell a civilian that someone was about to be arrested, or you risk that person fleeing from justice. So, yeah, I don't think a prosecutor or a police department would release any of that information before they issue an official warrant. And at the point that they issue an official warrant, that's when they say, yeah, we're looking to arrest this person. But yeah, so yeah, they're claiming almost certainly inaccurately that this visual novel has underage girls. I think we can fairly assume that whoever is inside of Valve, which clearly it's not all the Valve employees, because there's all kinds of adult games that are allowed on Steam, at least temporarily. So either Valve has a terrible system that allows a ridiculous amount of adult games, or Valve is specifically targeting Manga Gamer and the more professional companies and the creators of more, well, at least slightly better quality games, and then letting the terrible games on the storefront without question. That too would not make a lot of sense, but it may very well be the case. But yeah, Valve's description seems to be, if any anime girl is more in the moe style and they're just a little shorter, or if they are in what they determine to be schoolgirl outfits, regardless of the fact that I think in Japan the college kids wear uniforms as much as the high school kids, as much as the middle school kids, as much as the kindergartners. But they certainly have set themselves up to be the censor board of taste, and they've certainly have been targeting, and they've come out and said that they're targeting content that, or at least people have figured out that they're targeting content where they're in school outfits. So one game that has characters that look exactly the same, but they're not in school outfits, is fine. But then the next game that has the same characters in school outfits is not fine. We haven't really talked about that in a while, and I think that's mostly because, in part, I imagine the group of people, and my thought is this probably is a person that is deep enough into Valve. They probably are not a new hire. They very well probably aren't just like a subcontractor in India that just it hates all Japanese games, because if that was the case, they would be trying a lot harder to get rid of all Japanese games. It's somebody probably in Seattle, Washington, that is probably not Gabe Newell, and probably not within 3 levels of management of Gabe Newell, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is somebody who is a senior position somewhere on some team. And yeah, I don't know if there's much else that can be said about that, but this saga still continues. And I guess if you want to balance this out in the fields of battle that seem to be growing as far as censorship, China fairly obviously censors a lot, and they definitely don't want to allow too many Japanese games sold in China. Australia seems to have very vocal critics of Japan and really would prefer to just ban almost all anime and manga. At least there's one vocal senator or equivalent of a senator that wants to ban that, which also inherently, I think, points out that there is probably a large enough fandom that this would be even a talking point, because it would be kind of pointless if, say, South Africa banned anime and manga, because I imagine there aren't too many importers in South Africa that are importing and localizing anime and manga. It's almost all, I assume, just being downloaded through the internet. But my point here is you have entire countries trying to ban entire genres or anything effectively made for Japan if they really got their way, where compared to Valve, which, thank goodness for its incompetence, seems to only really manage to remove one notable visual novel once a month at this point, which is still not good, but it's an indicator of something, that there is not a consistent attempt happening here, or a effective attempt. Gabe Newell also came out and said that he's preferring the Xbox right now. He was a fairly vocal hater of the PlayStation 3 cell processor, as much as many people were, and certainly right now the of the top 6 selling Steam games, like 4 of them are owned by Microsoft, so they have definitely won the good graces of Gabe Newell. Gabe Newell is actually hiding out, for lack of a better term, in New Zealand, and it was in New Zealand that the interview happened, that he said he was preferring the Xbox, and one assumes that's the Xbox One and not the Xbox 360. While Gabe Newell did definitely have problems with working for Microsoft back in the day, that's almost a commonplace occurrence, I would say, because there's just a lot of people that worked for the old Microsoft that did not like that working environment, their stacked rating system, and the way you just could never accomplish anything or get promoted or treated as nicely as you would like to be treated. But I think he may have gotten over it.
You're a solid fighter.
See, if I would spend the extra time, he is effectively playing the exact same cards every single turn. So all I would need to do is build a 40 card deck that had the right odds to have the cards to counter those actions, even though his scripted actions are fairly awful. They also seem to alternate between a first and second turn, which might change the gameplay a little bit, but that's about it. Well, we've got plenty of video game news to talk about, so I should be hopping on that. The What's on Steam Twitter feed at one point was using a different URLs instead of directly listing their tweets to Steam, which did kind of make it feel like they realized that there was something that was running into trouble. But it would be nice, I guess, if they could make sure that that doesn't happen again, because that does tend to happen too often. And I'm in a dangerous position where I'm going to talk about a lot of garbage games today. And we kind of had a nice week where these streams weren't that long. Let's see. I find it funny that this artifact seems to be a very important neutral artifact. It doesn't really feel like it should be. That feels like there should be unique artifacts for each hero class. So if I played this, then I could play this. Can do this. Can do that later. Really got nothing I can do at the moment.
These are my weapons.
So I should just do that, and then in return. So moving on, Gematsu has an article. Day Live Rin Dystopia has some screenshots. So if that interests you, another visual novel being announced. I would have thought that there might be a bit of a slowdown of visual novels being announced and coming out, but it does seem like Japan has managed to deal with the pandemic about as well as one could expect, enough to the point where I think they can just get back to business, which might be the case. Certainly, there's definitely a lot of people all around the world that think that they're going to be able to get back to business, and we'll see how that happens. It is not directly video game related, but it's worth mentioning that the biggest drop, I think of about 30% of the stock market happened either yesterday or the day before in the United States, and this is the biggest drop in the history of it ever existing. There's a lot of talk and a lot of estimates of there being about 10 million more unemployed people than there are jobs. So, like, and that's just at the moment. So there's also a level there of just financial issues. Leader strike, reanimate 4.
The underworld does not forgive. Turn back.
Interesting. Play that. Do that. See, his strategy is to constantly give you puppets, isn't it? You get puppets, you get your creatures turned into other creatures, but which negates their last words ability. Like on the 5th turn, he says become an ordinary person, and that just magically, without even really playing a spell, turns them into other characters. Can I play this and do something else? Can I do this and do something else? Not really.
Life's end is eternity's beginning. Come with us.
Interesting. What does this do? Kill that. And then 2, 3, 4. If I evolve this, it'll be a 5/7.
I'll show you. No domain is free of death. Go play now.
Do
Let's
that.
go, everyone.
Do that. I should have attacked with that first. Do that. And do that. That's still not good enough. Still gonna lose. It's just gonna take you out. The next big story, or perhaps the first big story today, is that Riot has quickly dropped a controversial LEC sponsor after outrage from developers and community and everyone involved, except for the people that obviously set up this negotiation. So apparently this is a partnership with this thing, as I understand this story, called NEOM, which is kind of like a financial investment group run by the Saudi crown prince or king or whoever, and like they're spending like $500 billion to build a city, and building a city anywhere is also going to involve disrupting the natives that live there, and it's really just another opulent city construction project in Saudi Arabia, and why they're partnering with where they just waste a lot of money. It's a weird argument, certainly, and you'll have to just decide where you stand on it, but I would say, as I understand it, the current people kind of in charge of the massive wealth that oil in Saudi Arabia were instilled in a lot of ways and by greedy companies in the United States first, at least they originally were. Maybe different groups in charge now, and certainly Russia's got some major influences too, and the United States might have some small influence in Saudi Arabia, but I don't think that much. But you could make an argument that the entire world has limited resources, and we're still needing to use oil quite a bit, and honestly their wealth that country gets shouldn't probably be spent on such ridiculous opulent things, because it drastically ties all of the wealth of Saudi Arabia to the price of oil in a very dangerous way, to the point where there was a story 6 months to a year ago where the price of gas in Saudi Arabia, I believe, skyrocketed, and then all of a sudden most of the people in the country couldn't afford the gas to drive their own cars to go to work, which that's certainly not a good event. Also, just in general, living in the Middle East is kind of an insane concept, so trying to have a society there is fairly ridiculous, let alone potentially growing a society by increasing the number of cities is kind of ridiculous. If anything, all of humanity should move deep inland, in places where there is an abundance of water. Let's see. Problem here is you don't know what you're really clicking on. Yeah. But I would also think it's worth pointing out, as far as the story of Riot, which I believe Riot in League of Legends is partly run by that Chinese company. So you kind of have a Chinese company which has in the past been anti-LGBT and just pro totalitarian governments, partnering with Saudi Arabia and other pro-totalitarian governments, and there's a lot of atrocities mentioned, but the way Kama Sutra is going to phrase it is a anti-LGBT, as if that is not the only issue here, when there's there's a lot of reasons why you wouldn't want to do that. In general, the only reason you can even do business in Saudi Arabia, as I understand it, is because they actively actively like bend over backwards to not enforce the strict Islamic law on the visitors that they enforce on citizens. And if they were doing that, they would quickly have a long run of public stonings and executions and beheadings and floggings. Maybe they don't do floggings, but cutting off of hands. Like, that's one argument I've actually heard from like a pro Saudi Arabian perspective, is it's such a safe country because all the citizens know that if they robbed anybody, they'd get their hands cut off. And I'm like, all right, well, if that's your justification for how to make society work, is just to have incredibly cruel, archaic, and barbaric corporal punishment, then that's not really kind of the world that I think most people want to live in. And I've often wondered how some of those laws are actually applied. Like, do they chop the hands off of 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds that go and grab and steal something, or do they just let that slide and not prosecute that? And I assume they probably let it slide, but who knows? But it does just inherently go back to the issue of, I just don't think the video game world or much of any of the business world can really do business with the Middle East or any country that is just got these major lack of freedom. Not to say that the United States is just bastion of pure and 100% freedom or anything, far from it, but at the very least we think and we pretend like we're aspiring for that, whereas there's no intent to aspire for that in some other countries. Again, I'd argue Australia, not particularly as free as it probably should be. I can banish this guy. I don't think that's the guy I want to banish. Okay.
It tastes
This.
better than it looks.
Then end the turn. Moving on, Gamasutra has a listing for a job. Insomniac Games is hiring a senior character technical director in Burbank, California.
No!
We're starting to see a slight increase in job listings. So
It was nearly
that
done.
that might be a cool thing. Alright. This one. And then maybe this one.
I soar the skies in the name of justice.
This is 5th turn. Nope.
Punishment.
Ball.
You were done for.
You would like in your own sense of repent.
What? See, next turn
This ungrateful world
he
will
healed that
perish.
turn, but next turn he's gonna just play and turn these into the trolls.
It's the winds of fortune. Justice does not hide in the shadows.
So, what can we do to ensure this? This, and then this, and then this. Then this.
10.
And then in the turn. So he says, become an ordinary person. And it does nothing.
My horn lifts the crash.
Now in the Code Geass thing, he has like a magical ability to change people. So that's where that scripting is coming from. And if your leader's defense is restored, is there any way to restore my defense? Strike. I evolved this guy. I guess. I can do this. I can do this.
Not bad.
Leader's defense, leader's defense. If I could heal myself a ridiculous amount, that might help. But the only thing I can really do is draw a card.
It tastes better than it looks.
Maybe doing this would have drawn me a card faster. Interesting gun attack. And so you just summoned this character from nowhere. So yeah, I think you can kind of see why I'm having trouble with this. Elite level challenger. TechRaptor has the Twitch Prime 2020 rewards featuring over 20 games for August. Which, okay. A lot of these is in-game credits, currencies, things like that. Not actual games. I'd say Twitch Prime's rewards in particular have been increasingly less interesting. And in a funny way, I think at one point Twitch Prime did give out a Shadowverse. They gave out like a Shadowverse code or pack or something, but I wasn't playing Shadowverse at the time, so of course I didn't collect it and put it to use, which I think is probably the case for a lot of people who are putting out Twitch Prime stuff in general. It seems like they've got a whole schedule of announcements for G4. They're doing an AMA right now, which is basically to say Blair Herter, I think, is being a major part of that. So I don't know if there's somebody else who's recognizable by the name. They also had an advertisement 19 hours ago for National Intern Day, which I think was a running gag, but I couldn't even tell you. Speaking of TV, as failed as it is, I was thinking to my... I was looking at like my TV guide and just looking at what's coming out on TV, which increasingly it's absolutely nothing. It's just like total garbage. I looked at like USA, Sci-Fi Channel, Comedy Central. Each of those are just great examples of channels that have devolved into just a general channel designed to show general content. Like Toonami is showing Psycho-Pass. I would like to watch Psycho-Pass once, since I haven't watched that in a while. That's about as much as I have to say about it, though, is that, yeah, I'd like to watch Psycho-Pass.
The cogs have turned.
Feel like I made a mistake there.
Rotate, Sandra.
Yeah, I made a huge mistake there. Because he's gonna say, become an ordinary person.
I shall lead my fellow
And
muse to
then
victory.
in the next turn.
Fall as close as my tail, fellow muse.
Years
And they're not even really trying like a card excuse or reason.
A place to call home.
Okay. Wanted to do this.
Onward.
And kind of don't want to attack yet, but we'll see. Yeah. On the 5th turn, he always transforms you. So you need to play cards. Planning on doing that. But yeah, there's basically nothing on TV, and I still don't. I'm gonna try and generally scan this AMA and figure out what the real plans are as far as
I could never set foot in the sun.
as far as what they're actually planning on doing with G4, if it is going to be a YouTube channel or if it's going to try to be a real channel.
Life's end is eternity's
There's nothing on prime time. Sci-Fi Channel, which is kind of always the best example of a channel getting completely away from its charter, is showing episodes of Xena Warrior Princess, which it's labeling as new, and all I can guess is that these are the first time that the HD version of those episodes have aired. That's pretty much all I can guess. There. We don't need rush. We can do this. And then that.
Just follow my tune, and away we go.
Make some puppets.
I'll play my part.
See, once again, it's just let's magically put a character on the field.
Ice flames separate
All I can do.
My horn lifts the crash.
So yeah, how are you supposed to solve?
At your service.
Like, how are you supposed to win there?
Cutting edge beast taming technology.
So we've got rush. If we evolve this, we can banish that.
coming at you.
Get ready for a mega purging.
And then strike, summon a tree.
That's our next target.
Gotta kill something. Might as well just kill this.
So blue or red?
We could try and stop anything with storm. I could have used puppets. See, Tech Raptor has an article. New My Time and Porsche side quest arrive on PC. Man, you really just constantly run into this issue too, where I'll turn away for a second and not really realize how close I was to death. So yeah, that's like 9 attempts there. 9 attempts on a limit once per day challenge and no success. As far as our missions, I have like single daily missions, one that's going to start in 3 hours and 28 cents and 28 minutes. And then these I can do very easily off screen. So then that really just leaves me with, do I want to do a Take-Two, not tournament, but challenge with cards, which I think if I was going to use, I have like 21 of these tickets, so I guess I have plenty of these. And I think these tickets only work for this, so let's do it. Also, my time in Portia has some bug fixes. My time in Portia looks like a fine game, but once again, it's just that
I transcend nature.
it is that kind of situation where you have a Stardew Valley game, and I didn't like Stardew Valley, so an allied artifact comes into play, gain the ability to evolve for 0 points. Nice. At the start of your turn, rally 10, invoke this card. If you have more evolution points than your opponent, get +2, +0/+2, and deal 2 damage. At the end of your turn, get +1/+1 all followers. Ooh. Both of these look good. Plus, I think you keep these cards regardless whether you win or not. I think this is kind of like a Magic the Gathering draft, so it'd be insane not to take that offering. I now have a somewhat of an understanding. Let's see. So that's not terrible. I have a small understanding of what cards I have and what cards I don't. And in all honesty, I need a lot of everything. So there's still a lot to go as far as basic cards, as far as expansions that are in rotation, and as far as expansions that are not in rotation. Almost certainly we will not get as many cards as we normally would like. I'm going to take these. So artifact scan. This will give you artifacts if you have a lot of artifacts. Although I'm not sure that's what we want. I think I want this one. You kind of have a limitation here where it would be probably nicer to see the cards you're collecting, but not terrible. I already know I have both of these cards, so I'm going to take these two, just because. The Fortune's Hand cards, these may all be Fortune's Hand cards. And I already know I have this, so unless this was really good, I think I already have that too. Let's see. So I'll take that. And I probably am taking these two. Let's see what this is. Puts an artifact in your hand. Selects an artifact follower and puts a copy in your hand. Okay. Versus if there are no allied trees, summon a tree. I feel like they should get rid of the Natarian Great Tree and just call them Great Trees for localization purposes. That'd be an interesting function if you could just rename this. I'm fairly certain I already have like 3 copies of this card, but I'm still going to choose this. Yeah, just to be able to rename your own cards in your own deck would be funny, but then it would also be kind of confusing for anybody watching you play. That's not a terrible card. That destroys. That might work as just a 1/1. or just as something else. Although this is more synergizing with the artifact idea, so I should probably take that. Let's see. Gain Storm for an 8/8. Put a paradigm shift in your hand. Versus give another ally ward, then evolve it and give it +1/+1 and recover 1 play point. Wow, that is a lot that this card does. Wow. For a little variety, I'm going to take these 2 cards. We already have both of these, so I'll take these. Let's see, this is probably the best card, so we should think about this. At the end of your turn, if at least 4 play points and there are no Colosseum on high in your play, invoke this card. If any other Colosseums on high are in play, draw 2 cards and destroy this amulet. Use this amulet. Until this amulet leaves play, both leaders have the following effect once on each turn. When you play a follower, give it +2/+2 in rush. Interesting. If you have a Machina Natural card in your hand, discard 1, then put 2 random cards and share a trait with that card from your deck into your hand. So this is a specific draw card. Interesting. And Natura cards, I guess, mean... They don't mean neutral cards, though. They mean natural cards, if anything. This puts an investigation into your hand. What is investigation? Draw a card or draw 3 cards. And then this is just a draw card. So I'll take that. These 2 over these 2. Let's see. I probably already have 3 of these, but I don't think I have any of this. At the end of your turn, put a copy of a random allied follower. Destroy this match. Actually, I may not have any of those cards, actually, because I was playing pre-built decks. I have literally no idea what I actually have. Interesting. So, probably I'm going to take these 2. Let's just look at these. At the end of your turn, if you have at least 1 play point, deal 1 damage to a random enemy follower. If you have at least 3, deal 2 damage, or 1 damage to the enemy leader instead. And then strike if there are no allied trees in play, summon 1. If there is 1 in play, gain +1/+1. I'm gonna take this. It could be a mistake. I still don't want this, so I really don't want either one of these, but we'll think about this. Draw all cards. Things get ambushed. That probably is better than putting a puppet in your hand and giving it Bane versus gaining attack. They've really wanted me to get some of those cards. Almost certainly this is a better deal than that. Deal 3 damage to enemy follower, put a paradigm shift in your hand. At least at the moment. Now, it may very well be the case that I don't have this card and would like that card. Paradigm Shift is an interesting card, but it's a very expensive card too, because it's like 7 mana, then another 5 mana. Puppet Bomb summons a puppet, then destroys somebody that equal to the number of puppets in play. Alright, so we'll take Techromancer, Technomancer, and box of puppets. And then I probably want this. Deal 3 random, or summon these. Awakened Ragna. I would say the main story of Shadowverse also is very not anime-ish. It's just kind of generic and badly written. It doesn't have that usual, this is hyper violent feel, or this is hyper important events feel. It's not like a Fate Stay Night type story where it's the world is in danger. Well, actually, literally, that is the story. It just doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel like there's giant, colorful action happening, because you're just not seeing that. Let's see, give another follower ward. Then, if it's evolved, give it +1, draw a card, and recover 1 play point. What are these? If resonance gain +3/+3. And this one gives you a paradigm shift, so this is a better deal. And that's 30 cards. Alright. See if we can pull this off. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. The Nintendo GigaLeaks show Mario with wings in Yoshi Island editor. There is also references in the GigaLeaks to Yoshi being at one time planned to be in the in Mario 64, which everybody I think pretty much knows they originally wanted it there, but the rumor and the myth is that he actually was there, and it was unlockable and something like that, and they kind of fed into that false memory by releasing it when they re-released it, having when they re-released Mario 64 for the Nintendo 3DS, they did have Luigi in it, playable, I believe. But yeah, a lot of the leak stuff is well, I can either play this now or I can wait. Actually, probably should just play it now.
Small things in life.
I think a lot of what's being leaked is basically code that was given to a Chinese company, and let's not get too distracted on that, but it is effectively a story of a Chinese company not being capable of protecting the code and the copyrighted intellectual property of Nintendo, and thus causing Nintendo a lot of trouble. There's certainly a lot of mainstream video game journalists that are hemming and hawing about, oh, I like that this information is getting out, but a lot of people aren't touching it, is the allegation. I don't know how true that is. More likely, a lot of people aren't admitting to touching the code or looking at the code so that they don't get sued in the future when they try to make their own homebrew ROMs. But yeah, this is inherently the problem with doing business in China, is that all the code is assumed to be handed over to the Chinese government, but it's also assumed that it's probably going to get leaked out to any other place and effectively devalue your product. So there is just kind of this false situation that constantly gets said that you need to or you should do business in China, when in actuality I don't think you should do business in China. Okay, so you have a 1, 3, 5, and 7 spell.
Gotcha.
So yeah, like Nintendo partnered with a Chinese company to make a controller that would play custom version of Nintendo 64 ROMs to get around the Chinese ban of video game consoles that existed for a very long time. And So in that process, they did that business. I don't think it made them a lot of money, and now it's cost them a lot as far as leaks, a lot of embarrassment if nothing else. Suppose it's slightly YouTube related that Patreon is potentially in big trouble since they kicked off the wrong right-wing person apparently, who has now gotten a lot of his followers to sue Patreon, and now they have to pay for the arbitration, which Patreon was saying no, we don't want to actually arbitrate, even though our arbitration clause clearly says we have to arbitrate, and the other people, the users of Patreon, have to arbitrate. They literally just wanted to have their cake and eat it too, and now they're gonna suffer the consequences of perhaps going woke and going broke at that point. And it really is just a prime example. As a content creator, Patreon should have just stayed out of it. Like, Patreon has been actively trying to deplatform a lot of people for their political views. They've been actively trying to deplatform a lot of like online artists of the Japanese anime style. They've been just actively trying to deplatform anybody that they don't like, and yeah, when you start picking sides instead of doing business, you're gonna irritate people, and they've managed to irritate people.
I can die happy.
Speaking of people being irritated, TechRaptor has Assassin's Creed through the lens of misogyny, which she was in the main game, and she's like the important secondary character in the first game. So, and then she kind of gets a drastic like change, and turns out that she's a spy, or she gets killed because Minerva controls the main character in the first game and has her kill her. I'm not sure I even fully understand what the point of that was, and from the new things we've heard, there's perhaps an argument now that maybe they literally did just want to get rid of the love interest female lead. I don't know why you'd want to do that though. That seems kind of unnecessary. Interesting. So I destroyed his thing, which
Time for a stroll. Got my goggles.
I'm not sure if I can. I'm not sure if I can do anything here. I mean, I could evolve this and attack. And this guy gives me a puppet every turn, so we know what he does. But it's not like he can't attack, so I'm getting a 1/1 puppet for the price of getting rid of his artifact and giving my creature. So yeah, she's kind of like a badly written character and badly used character. And then you have Ivy Fire and Cassandra, which there was a girl in one of the middle Assassin's Creed games that I don't remember, like Syndicate, And I think in general, Syndicate was probably just the low point for the Assassin's Creed series anyways. So, 2 damage to this guy. Alright. And then do we want to evolve this to a 3-3 or evolve this to a 3-5? Let's evolve this to a 3-5.
Now the fight begins.
And attack here. And then just play that, I guess. There we go. And then of course you have Alexandria, or Cassandra, who is clearly clearly the least, or at least the most recent of the female characters in the Assassin's Creed universe. Here's kind of the problem with this article, just skimming it and not actually reading it. The idea that to push the narrative a little bit further and say that Assassin's Creed was misogynist against the females. The problem with that is there is a ton of more misogyny that would have been historically accurate in a lot of these times. Think about it. Assassin's Creed 1 in the Middle East, during the Crusades time, you could have definitely had females just literally in burqas the entire game. You could have had Altair just barking orders at females. You could have had slaves in bikinis. So you kind of run into that problem. That is, of course, it could always be a worse argument. It's not always a valid argument, but it's something it is something to consider. And then when you're thinking about the other female characters that are shown, they aren't really treated terribly, except for the first female character that in the game, who is written fairly well up until the point where she's just abruptly killed for shock value. So, and she actually does accomplish shock value, and she was actually a character that I think you actually cared about. So yeah, she's abruptly killed and maybe refrigerated in that final scene of the game she's killed in. But these other two characters are throughout the entire game. They're strong assassin characters. There are other female characters that are referenced, and other Assassin's Creed female characters in the spin-off games that aren't being mentioned here. Like Cleopatra at one point was mentioned to be one of the original assassins. So there's kind of a stretch here, and once again, her stories, Crusader times Middle East, up until the Renaissance times in the Middle East. When you're talking the entire Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood, and Revelation games, there's plenty of female characters. The daughter, the mother. There's just a lot going on there that would not really fall into that narrative.
I could never set foot in the sun. I'll play my part.
You're joking, surely.
Yeah. I don't believe there was any complaints whatsoever as far as how females were treated during the Roman soldier Odyssey times, which they probably would have still been somewhat treated badly, or during the times in which this character is around, where they still would have been treated fairly badly. So while there may be, you could make arguments that there were large decisions, such as killing this character off, that happened due to, in part, misogyny, which is kind of hard to prove. It's not like it's been prevalent through the entire Assassin's Creed series, and the idea that it really is trying to make here is that the entire team that worked on Assassin's Creed somehow had that same mentality, when it definitely does not seem like that was the case. It seems like people were acting very much in the opposite, against that one person's desires or latent misogyny.
That's our next target.
So I could destroy. I can win next turn because of this card, if he can find a way to not kill me. Okay. So pop. We've got destroy an enemy, deal X to a random enemy follower, X equals the follower's attack. Darn it.
Found your weakness. Found your weakness. So obvious, damn.
I lost. Darn it. Apparently a lot of the links I was clicking on from what's on Steam were linking to just images, because the Twitter, or the tweeted posts were kind of misformed. Well, that's first loss, but not terrible. And that wasn't a terrible outcome. So we've got 4 more attempts to try to get a victory to get a better rewards. But you don't have any kind of side deck or anything, so and you can't change anything, and you're not really sure who you're going to play with next anyways, so there would be no need for a side deck anyways. Gamatsu has this article, Magic Legends reveals the Sanctifier class, inspired by the radiance of the sun itself. I don't know what Magic Legends is. Let's see. It's a free-to-play, massively multiplayer online RPG game from Perfect World Entertainment, which I believe is a Chinese company, and Cryptic Studios. Yeah. I don't think I would play any Magic game ever again, considering how they treated me. So this Diablo clone doesn't seem particularly interesting or particularly well, and it does seem like it's very much designed for a cell phone gameplay anyways. It's due out for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC in 2021. It's not even out yet. Yeah. And certainly there is an argument to be made that you should. I don't know what this would do. There's an argument to be made that Wizards of the Coast should just put all of its time, money, and energy into getting So this is draw one card or play this.
Twice the arms, twice the training.
Interesting. Yeah, they should put all their energy into getting a mobile version of Magic Arena working and fixing Magic as a card game in general. Whether they can actually accomplish that or not, I don't know. Let's see. This will draw a card. This will deal damage to one random enemy. So I'm just going to end the turn here. This one can't attack, unfortunately. What does this evolve to? A 2/5? See. And then I'm going to play this. And see. In the turn. Let's see. Komatsu has a point-and-click adventure game called Darkestville Castle, coming to PS4, Xbox One, and Switch August 13th. Okay. Do we have
Succumb to the cold.
any idea of what kind of game it is? Looks kind of like a Grim Fandango style game. And if the comedy is there, the animation looks there. Of course, inherently, the problem is I always want to play these point-and-click adventures, and then they always manage to disappoint. Okay. And end the turn. And then that invoked this also onto the field. Once per turn, when you play a card, get +2/+2 in rush. So nice. Yeah, I'm actually going through a lot of games that I thought I was going to talk about that are they're just screenshots. That's all the links linked to, so I can't tell you what this game is or anything about it. I do know that they eventually fixed that, but that is going to be a problem. Okay, now what do I want to play? An allied artifact comes into play. What does this one do? This one would work. Can I kill something? Can I do this first?
Found your weakness.
You've got to be kidding me.
And then let's go ahead and discard this.
My treasure sense is tingling.
And that didn't do anything, I don't think. And we'll take that.
So obvious.
Do we have anything that evolves or benefit from evolving? Nope, not yet. See, TechCraft has an article. Fantasy Flight Games announces X-Men Mutant Insurrection, Twilight Imperium expansion, and more. I believe these are all tabletop games, though. So, yeah, these are all tabletop games. It is a little surprising that there aren't more DC games being announced. There really should be more. Let's see. Gamatsu has the Legend of Heroes Hajimari no Kisike opening movie. Which, okay. If that interests you, a new Legend of Heroes game opening movie now available to be shown.
Activating on the tail. All systems stand by.
This. Nope. Let's attack first, then end. This might end up just being an incredibly short week as far as talking about things. I guess I could just go to Steam and we could, in general, just talk about games that have come out this week. It's not like too much has happened. Certainly. More and more, that is in part the reason why there's just been an incredible decrease in the amount and quality of podcasts in the past couple of weeks. People have run out of steam. They don't have any more backup plans. They don't have anything at all that to do or say. Let's see. And do that. Do that.
My
Do
tummy's
that.
rumbling.
You've got to
Do
be
that.
kidding me.
Putting that on the field doesn't do anything other than give him a puppet, which is not what we want. Gamatsu has an article here. People Can Fly is developing a AAA action adventure game for next generation consoles, PC, and streaming platforms. Quote, a highly ambitious, groundbreaking action adventure time. Their game Bulletstorm was also highly ambitious and groundbreaking, but it wasn't well received. Also, it feels like they probably don't have
Decent loot.
a ton of money, considering how they had to kind of partner with Gearbox as a publisher, and that really didn't work out super well. Let's see this. Is there any evolution here? Any evolution worth mentioning here?
Coming at you.
In return. So yeah, I would like to see People Can Fly make a new game, but I would be fairly careful about getting hyped up on what they can make. They seem to be fairly smart about making the gameplay mechanics, and then based off of Bulletstorm, they seem to be fairly bad about writing stories that have broad appeal, or reselling remasters of those kinds of games. that without screwing over people that own the originals. Let's see. Because yeah, there's this situation where I do believe I own Bulletstorm on. I could have evolved that, but whatever. I do believe I own Bulletstorm on PC, but not the remaster, and I don't really see a justification for buying it a second time just to play it, particularly when the only thing that there isn't even a great amount of reviews that say the remaster actually improves the game much.
Happy Undeath Day!
On the other hand, you have the remake of Destroy All Humans out, which seems to be as good as it ever was.
Cutting-edge beast-taming technology. That's our next target.
Let's see. Give it ward. Do I want to evolve this to 4 and kill something? Or... would this work? I think it would.
Now the fight begins.
But I'm the
There
living
you
one.
go. Moving on, Gamatsu has the Famitsu sales, which, yeah, a lot of Nintendo Switch stuff. A lot of eBaseball listings here for both the Switch and the PS4, taking the 6 and 7 slot. That is something that I was thinking about and really occurred to me, is one of the most damning pieces of evidence against Western video game journalists and their just anti-Japanese game sentiment is the fact that baseball games, which should be thought of as fairly, like, will this work? Baseball games should be thought of as fairly Japanese. Let's see. Banish all cards in your deck, discard. I'll take that one. Discard your hand and give them a maximum of 2 at the end of your turn. Alright.
I exist to rain down absolute ravage.
So obvious.
Then end the turn. So I just lowered his life to 2. This card is like fairly overpowered. But yeah, you would think that baseball games would be fairly easy for a Westerner to play and review and at least give a chance to. Now, maybe you can make a very valid argument that a lot of the Japanese baseball games don't actually get ported to the West, and certainly you could make an argument that a lot of Japanese games just don't get ported to the West, thus they don't get reviewed by Western reviewers, thus Western reviewers then look like they're intentionally choosing not to review Japanese games, so it might really just be a catch-22 situation. But I don't feel like that's the case. I lost. Should have set on an evolve at some point there. That's about all I can take from that.
This is grave.
Then, in general, the Western reviewers that do review Japanese games are only the well-received, very popular Japanese games, mostly from Nintendo. So, Ace Angler, another a fishing game, also something that could easily be reviewed, particularly right now when there's just nothing else to play and nothing else to review. You would think you would see a lot more people from like the Giant Bombcast saying, hey, let's check out this game since it came out and since we have nothing else to talk about. But that's not the case. I don't know what this is. Together, the Battle Cats game and pouch set. Here you have Sengoku Basara 4 Sumeragi Anniversary Edition. Haven't heard of that either. And then here you have Taiko no Tetsujin Drum and Fun. That's a drumming game if it came to the West. I don't know if it did. And is there anything else worth mentioning? Not really. Hardware sales might be about 20% lower than normal. Of course, that'd be a hard number to calculate for Xbox One X and S since there's less than 100 being sold. But the new 3DS LL, for instance, is getting fewer and fewer of those. Also, so yeah, it does seem like sales have dropped, and I imagine that is what we're gonna see for the rest of the year. Like, just write off the rest of 2020 and pretty much all of 2020 and be prepared to write off 2021 too. We may be in a very long depression worldwide. Just over prepare for that and hope it doesn't happen. It's all about all I can say.
I could never set foot in the sun.
Let's see. Moving on, Gamatsu has an article for the PS4 and Switch. Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. Love for this tempting attire opening movie. So here you've got the Konosuba cast, one in a bikini and several others in what you might classify as different lewd fetish costumes. Probably for YouTube family friendliness, I won't show this video, but I can describe it to you. So can I play this safely? Should I do something like this? Probably do something like this. Then attack here. All the characters are in different outfits than what they normally are in. The Konosuba anime, at least from what I had seen, the first season, was a perfectly fine anime, just a guy who was dungeon crawling in a fantasy world and had a slowly growing harem of 2 or 3 female love interests. It wasn't particularly lewd. So this outfit DLC here is kind of falling in that same route where it is more fetish costumes. There's like a cat girl costume and a bikini armor costume. But there's nothing here more than a 2-piece bikini, which is always my comparison. I'd say to consider in any of these games. This Are you really seeing anything more than a two-piece bikini, or are you basically just seeing that and only that? Okay. At the end of your turn, give all puppets in your hand +1/+1. Do I want to evolve this? Just gonna play this. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's anything special about Konosuba either,
I've seen them.
but it's fine.
Is this all I can do? I just have to try. I've seen your death.
Moving on, Gamatsu has an article. Done Greed for the PS4 and Switch launches September 24th. I haven't heard of this game before. Let's see what the trailer looks like for this. Come on, load. So it's kind of an 8-bit top-down twin stick shooter Contra type game. It's not a top-down twin stick shooter. If anything, it's sort of like a Rogue Legacy in its gameplay style. There might be something to that. It's coming for the PS4 and Switch. I guess if it's not for the PC though, then that's a problem. Let's see, do this.
The arms, twice the training.
So, do I want to do 3 attack, or do I want to... Do I have anything else?
Food tastes best when you're hungry.
What do we want to do now? Just evolve that.
Coming at you.
Hit that. And attack there. Then end the turn. Really wasting a lot of time with these bad Steam links. I think we got through all of them though.
This is grave.
Once again, I lost. So yeah, it's definitely wasn't a dumb plan to sit on a lot of these tickets, even though these tickets these Take-Two tournament tickets do seem to come fairly frequently, at least to the point where it seems like you could play once a week with them, and you'll still be able to get one free ticket. Of course, so I imagine the premium people are also doing that a lot more. So we have a game on Steam, VR Time Machine, Traveling in History, Medieval Castle Fort, Village Life, 1071 to 1453 Europe. This clearly is an asset flip VR game. It's underpriced at $8.39 for VR. Bunch of languages. I was able to sell a stack of gems for a pretty decent price, and I got like $6 in credit. But in all fairness, it is still worth mentioning that I am probably closer to $60 or $70 below a loss as far as how many times I've put money into my Steam account and intentionally just using that to buy trading cards and other things that you could sell on the Steam market, trading cards to get badges that then give you booster packs or trading card packs or backgrounds or emotes or things like that. I still feel like they are going to slowly just get rid of that as an
Reporting
ability.
for duty.
And the market of Steam is going to boil down to just CSGO skins and maybe not even CSGO skins, and that will just be that. Gonna go ahead and put this on the field. I should probably play next turn with this, or this, or this. Instead of playing this. You know what I should probably do is play this. That way I can do that. Yeah. So what I want to do is play this and give it a boost, because this one can't be attacked, so I can play quite a lot with it.
I could never set foot in the sun. I'll play my part.
And then this one, allied artifact follower. That won't do anything, but we could play it. I don't know if I want to play it. So this was a bit surprising, but apparently the mobile phone game Bleach Brave Souls is coming to PC this summer. It's kind of a boring looking game that is just recapping the Bleach anime story, but it is, from all I could ever see of it, for the ads of it, it does seem like it's just kind of a boring RPG experience that I wouldn't want to play. And it's a free-to-play game, but I would also argue it's probably close to a gacha game. So there is a danger there.
Twice the arms, twice the training.
Can I do something now? Would this be an artifact creature?
It's the small things in life.
No. So yeah, we might start seeing a slight increase in mobile games getting ported over to Steam.
Big trouble now.
I don't know if that's inherently because iOS or Android is being more picky, or just not being less profitable. Either one of those could be the case, or neither. Let's see.
Food tastes best when you're hungry.
Okay,
My tummy's rumbling.
get that.
How did you avoid my trap?
And guess in the turn. There might be some big changes down the road with mobile phone games if some of the antitrust investigations actually go anywhere with Apple and Google, which I don't know how that really would probably improve the quality of games on mobile. Unless it just became a situation where only really, really good games were then going to be allowed on the Play Store or the Apple Store, because they had to agree to a bigger cut Yeah, I don't see how that really works. Yeah, that doesn't. I didn't realize this could work on followers as much as it could work on yeah, I guess if the Play Store and the Apple Store had to give like a 50% cut to game developers instead of like the 30% cut they give now, and they had to they potentially had to get rid of all the gambling free-to-play mechanics and like really just emphasize maybe DLC, maybe not even that, then it might become a different playfield overnight as far as what kind of businesses feel like they can make money and what kind of product actually feels like it can make money on those storefronts. But also you have, I think, an equal chance that they may just raise the price of a lot of things and not really raise the quality of anything. Okay. I'm gonna just evolve this.
Coming at you.
Attack there. And attack with this. And do this. Was this evolved? No, it wasn't. So I could draw the card last time, but I didn't. That was a mistake on my part. Next we have a game on Steam called Aeon on Mosaic Anemone, which this looks nicely animated. I kind of feel like it might be Chinese though, because I'm seeing a little bit more text and not a lot of characters, just seemingly one or two characters. But it does look nicely polished. It's $1.59, which again, that price makes me think this is Chinese. Yeah, English simplified Chinese full audio.
Be gone.
So I guess I put this on the follow list. Like a cheap Chinese visual novel. If I am gonna go deep into covering visual novels, might make some sense to cover and play. This one would. Let's just go and play this. Play this. And then attack that. And then I can play this if I want to. It's not gonna matter. I can play this. Attack here. Attack here. Evolve this. Just want to keep everybody potentially alive as much as possible. Let's keep on going through the news as I manage to work through all of this. He's stretching for time here,
There's no one else
as
I'd
we
rather
can
lose
tell.
to.
Look at that, we actually got a victory.
Seems to be over.
I have also been noticing that I kind of prefer to concede in Shadowverse a lot more than I would in Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering. It is just easier, frankly. I guess if you only have 5 matches, the best you could ever improve your reward box is to a level 5 or level 6 reward. I guess level 6 since you start with a level 1, theoretically. And it's not like 3 losses and you're out, so you only have 1 chance to improve your reward. I'm not sure it really changes your rewards drastically either. They don't seem to really be highlighting or emphasizing that part of it. Alright, play this and play this. So I should probably save Box of Puppets for a later point in the gameplay.
Twice the training.
Open Critic has an article. Hyperscape will officially release next month. Don't know what Hyperscape is, though. Let's see if we can see what it is. Open beta will end on August 2nd on PC. 30 tier battle pass in-game shop. Apparently the premium currency is called Bit Crowns. Yeah, I guess there's not anything else that can really be said about that.
Stand back before you get
TechRaptor has yet another advertisement for another Nitaku game. This one called Versus Tales X has got pre-registration. This is Naughty Fairy Tales, apparently. If we can highlight anime girls here. I guess this is supposed to be the wolf, but frankly I couldn't really tell you. Is this supposed to be like Snow White? Couldn't really tell you. Alright, so this will do 3 damage or 5 damage.
I could never
Can
set
play
foot in the
this.
sun.
And then just in the turn. It looks like it is kind of a standard cell phone game, though. Just a standard RPG, idle kind of game. Or it looks like a game that you could idle, at least somewhat. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. A Splinter Cell Netflix series is reportedly in the works. I did hear a lot of talk about the reason why there haven't been any Splinter Cell games is specifically because of that guy who was in charge of like all creative approval and just not liking single player games, which yeah, I guess that at that point would make some sense. I don't even know if I want to waste my time with any of that. Just do that. And then do that. And then in the turn.
Don't be so cold.
Wow, I can kind of potentially win with just these 2 cards. So yeah. We might actually see some single player games out of Ubisoft in the next 4 to 10 years. If Ubisoft survives that long.
You are done for.
healthy. Nice hustle. A place to call home.
Okay. Kill that.
Like a lamb.
And then what do we want? Allied artifact. Well, whatever. I could copy this, actually, if I could play it. This will do nothing, but this will do that.
I'll play my part.
Which,
Coming at
let's
you.
go ahead and involve her.
Give me some. Play my part.
There we go. Gamatsu has an article. Ever Forward launches August 13th for PC, this winter for PS4, Xbox One, and Switch. Ever Forward is one of those artsy looking games. It's going to have puzzle, arts, adventure, and mechanics. I'm fairly certain we've seen this game, but there is definitely always this chance that games like this sell themselves so much on the art and then they turn out to be kind of nothing. There have been definitely cases of that, certainly. And yeah, that platforming looks like it's a little bit unpolished, I guess might be the best way to say. I'm not sure I can fully agree with creating a game where you have like a girl in a dress and she's doing the whole Princess Peach thing where she jumps and then her dress just magically inflates way more than it would for the small amount of air that a tiny jump like that would actually cause. Let's see. I need to play this and then do this
It's the small things in life.
and then attack. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. There's something that's a little bit too generic about this art and fashion. As much as I've kind of hated the art and fashion of Shadowverse, where it's just way too many ruffles, way too many frills, way too many belts, even more than your standard anime style. This character, like, she looks like she's out of a hospital or mental asylum. It's just too simplistic. There should be something here, some bit of color, some symbol, maybe a headband or something to more emphasize that she's wearing shoes, which she seems to be not, which again just makes it feel like she's probably crazy and dreaming this whole thing up. That would be my guess as far as what's going on. If I do this, and then I do this, and then I do this, and I guess this. I do that, and that. I don't think that was the best way to play that, but we maybe have.
Pleasure senses tingling.
See, that didn't work either. Right. Still might win here, but definitely am in a position where a lot of these a lot of these games, I just drop the ball. I just don't fully understand the power of each cards and how to use them, which is kind of the beauty of playing a new card game and the downfall of playing a new card game. You would think 7 to 19 there'd be no way I could lose, but I can almost guarantee you that there's a way I can lose fairly easily. Let's see. Next we have for PC and smartphone in Japan, Criminal Girls X launches October 8th for Android and November 17 for iOS and PC. 13 minutes of short story footage. This is the game where these anime girls are in hell, I believe, and thus they're all in these black and white like prisoner outfits. It's kind of playing on a fetish of sorts. And in some of the Criminal Girls, at least, you would have a touching, tickling, groping mini game, where I believe in the Criminal Girls game you might be actually even slightly whipping them, although hardly extreme cases of sadism or bondage or whipping happening, I'm sure. Okay, what can we do? This, and then this, and then evolve this,
Now the fight begins.
and then attack here and attack there.
Exemplary battle.
Got it. So I'm gonna watch for YouTube family friendliness. I'm not gonna show the Criminal Girls video, but I'm gonna watch it and see what it looks like. It actually looks kind of more story driven and frankly a little bit better animated than you would expect for a cell phone game. And I'm not sure why there's specifically a desire to sell this as a cell phone game. Definitely does still feel fairly visual novel-y and with maybe an RPG element to it, but if there is an RPG element, I'm not even seeing it being shown. This clearly is a story trailer, not a gameplay trailer. Let's see. I'm not even sure what kind of game it is. It's going to support a virtual reality mode, which is interesting, and be free to play with advertisements and item-based microtransactions. Interesting. There's only 24 girls, so it does seem like, and I think you are trying to lead them to redemption. So I don't know how that could be really a gacha game either. So I'm not sure what kind of game it actually is. We got 2 victories. That's not bad. For our second or third attempt, we now have a Ultra Coliseum card pack ticket, which would be helpful, and 40 rupees, which is certainly helpful. That's 40% towards a purchasing a pack, and I'm gonna try and sit on all this gold as much as possible. So what does it cost to open 6? In open 6 you build a deck made up of 30 cards using cards you obtained from the open packs. You are able to keep all the cards except for the phantom cards. If you win 4 matches or more, you're able to keep one of the phantom cards. What's the draw rates? Nope, can't see that without launching the thing. And this is 600 rupees. And 4 tickets. Ooh. Where take 2. See, in take 2 you pick a pair of cards from 2 pairs presented to you and repeat the process until you have 30 cards. Oh, do you not keep any of those cards now? Oops. Maybe I shouldn't do take two. Then, how would I know what cards do I have that would be new? Let's see. I could type in new and see if that works. We should figure that out. No, I don't think those are new, considering how some of these are not cards I have at all. So... The only thing I could really do, I guess, is look for normal cards instead of temporary cards, and then go through potentially every page, because unlike Hearthstone, they don't bother to put the new cards at the very beginning. And I found that the mouse wheel is really the only way to accurately scroll with this, because the buttons in the lower left and right don't seem to want to work. Hopefully we'll get an update that fixes that. Not seeing any cards that are new. I guess I didn't get any of them. Does that inherently make my draws wrong? No, because it got me 2 victories, and that's more than I could really hope to get. I could look at the liquefy. I believe the last time I looked at cards and saw the number to liquefy, I thought it was somewhere around 9,000 vials. So if we're up by about 1,000 on top of that, that would be believable. Also, if I was wrong and it was 6,000 vials. Yeah. I can't see a difference here. I was wrong. 2,420. So, no telling there. I did get an achievement. We're at level 20 in Portalcraft. So that's something. And then we can go to the shop. Go here. Buy packs. We can celebrate by figuring out which one did we just get. Here it is, an Ultimate Coliseum, which I think we have very few Ultimate Coliseum packs, or very few packs of anything other than Fortune's Hand in Basic. And probably I should buy Basic before anything else. We are at this weird position, where I really don't know what I have versus what I don't have. So I saw some cards there, at least one of them that I recognized, but I don't know if I recognize that because it's in a pre-built deck or what. So this is new. If an allied commander comes into play, gain the ability to evolve for 0 points. Twin Sword Master. That's not bad. And they have this weird system in which it just puts the unanimated version and then the animated version, so everything is just going up and down, up and down, up and down like this in its order, which you would think it would be more left to right, or even if you're doing a Japanese thing, it would be right down, right down, right down. Maybe that's how it works in the Japanese version, and they've just flipped everything in an awkward way. That could be the case. But I imagine a lot of the cards that we got are also just repeats, and if they're repeats, I bet we don't get a new copy of them. If Wrath is not activated for you, gain the following effect at the end of the turn. Deal 1 damage to your leader and this follower. Otherwise, gain the following effect at the end of your turns. Restore 3 defense to your leader. This feels like this would be very useful in Bloodcraft. But yeah, we know we got one of these cards when we drew in the Take Two. Is anything else marked new? Feel like we got one of these cards and we would have already had one of those cards. But again, that could just be a pre-built deck thing. And yeah, I'm getting some of these promo cards from Code Geass, which I'll almost certainly never play with and can't really get rid of. Instead of just the same card with just a different, more standard art style. I guess in a weird way they did help me get these cards as a newer player though, but I imagine they're not particularly useful cards. Although they might be, because if you were going to release promo cards, you probably would not want to release a promo card that was a card that nobody would play. This is an interesting thing. You have Cerberus here, which is supposed to be the three-headed dog, and instead they turn her into an anime girl in bikinis, and she has two little dogs that are either attached to her hands or being held by her, and it's just being animated in a weird way. And they put Coco and Mimi in your hand. Ah, you can see her hands are in little puppets. Interesting. So it's an anime girl with two dog puppets in her hands. Interesting. But then here you have Cerberus, which just has fanfare, put Coco and Mimi in your hand. And then you have Cerberus over here, Hound of Hades, which summons a Mimi right hand paw Hellhound and Coco left hand paw Hellhound. Which, if we look at those cards, are different cards than what we just saw. These are now kind of like rocket punch gloves flying off through the air. And so it does set a precedent that they may try to have fewer cards compared to Magic, which just constantly makes more cards and gives them different names, and none of the characters you see on the cards tend to be that important unless they're a Planeswalker card. Same is fairly true with Hearthstone. There's a lot of Murlocs out there that aren't really characters that have names that you care about compared to Cerberus. I think you fairly will remember Cerberus and would be able to recognize her just by the look of it. And the cell phone game I play, Destiny Child, kind of does the same thing, where it's just like, hey, let's make an alternate version of this card that does an alternate thing, but let's keep the character and the artwork similar so people who are fans of that character can grow to become bigger fans of that character. So there might be quite a lot of that going on. And let's see, here we have 5 copies of this card, plus 3 promo cards of that, but then it's animated, so if I want an animated thing, this would be the one you would want to play. But you couldn't play a full Code Geass game, I don't think, not without getting putting a lot of effort into it, and almost certainly they don't have enough promo cards for a 30 card deck, and even if they did, it wouldn't be a good 30 card deck. And animation in general runs into that problem where you probably will never have enough cards to have a fully animated deck. Personally, I think I'd prefer them to not have animated versions of the cards or special versions of the cards, since it's a digital card game anyways. Or at the very least limit animations down to the most rare cards, the platinum tier cards, instead of potentially having animations here at the uncommon or the rare levels. I don't want to give off the impression that we're wrapping up either. By the way, we're not. I'm just taking a side step here. So that was Coliseum cards that we just opened a pack for, I believe. So if we look at ones we can create, well, that took a while. There is a decent number of those we don't have. Again, that's marked new. So yeah, it probably wouldn't be too many cards, too much of an effort to open up packs and get most of these cards. Although I think there is a potential here of a confusion as far as the low drop rates. These top tier cards I think have fairly low drop rates, so if I open 50 packs for this expansion, I'm not sure. I really would be somewhere around 90% of a complete collection. I might be somewhere closer to 60%. Okay, well, I want to go back here to the challenge and look here. Let's see. All the cards for Take Two are randomly drawn from the last 4 sets plus basics. Good. You play a total of 5 matches. The more match you win, the better your rewards will get. Let's see. You're able to keep all of the cards except for the phantom cards. 5 packs. Buy card packs. 5 packs from the 4 latest sets, plus 1 phantom card pack. Only legendary and gold cards are included. Usable only in Open 6. Okay. Create a deck and play 5 matches. You'll get the cards from the class you selected, plus neutral cards from each card pack. The cards displayed on the class selection screen are guaranteed to be included in the Phantom pack. Interesting. 4 wins gets you a gold card, 5 wins gets you a legendary card. I'd probably lose horribly here, but there is an argument to playing Open 6. There's a little too much to do in Shadowverse, I will say that. There's also, I believe, an achievement here as far as how many Take-Two games they want you to actually play. Scroll down here. Yeah, it says win 5 Take-Two games. And that'll give you a classic card pack ticket. Win all 5 Take-Two matches. That'll get you a card pack ticket. You need to do that apparently 3 times though. Win 5 Open 6 matches 5 times for 100 rupees. Win all 5 Open 6 matches 3 times. Which I don't know how that's different here. That gets you another 100 rupees. Yeah. Some of these achievements really have a very low chance of actually getting finished. And then this ends... Wow. Okay, so this actually ends fairly quickly. Just in a few hours. The July 31st is today, so yeah. We should get in a couple of games of ranked and see if we can actually get bumped up. Let's see. If we did an auto forest craft deck, it has been completely randomly generated. Alright, well, that goes to show something real dumb. Alright. Let's see, I guess I have to go back before I can play rotation. Forcecraft 2. Multiplayer. Ranked. Rotation. Forcecraft 2. Now I can play. That really bounced me around quite a bit. Moving on as we get back in the game. Sorry for kind of having a weird break there. I've never done that before, but I guess that goes to show that Shadowverse is catching my attention more than Hearthstone or Magic Arena really did. TechRaptor has an article here. Epic Games Store mod support and achievements are now in beta, which, you know, achievements should have been there day one, or day one after the year in which the Epic Games Store was really only focused around selling their own Epic Games Stores, but even then achievements should have been available. Mod support also very easily could have been available as soon as they started selling third-party titles. There really is no excuse. Next, we have a game on Steam called Rewrite DYH, which looks like it is a poorly animated visual novel game. It looks kind of like a Russian troll game or a mobile game. Yep, and it looks like somebody just drew it with a felt tip marker. $9.99, English only. I could not bear to stand looking at that for very long. I clearly need to build up some decks and craft some decks, and I'm gonna have to find some time to do that over this weekend. I'm also uploading videos to YouTube the old-fashioned way without using the macro, which is the thing I wanted to avoid, but what can I say? I was running out of hard drive space. I'm constantly running out of hard drive space. Gamatsu has an article. Carrion sales top 200,000. 300,000 is about the number when most games start to really catch people's attention as very good sellers. So it's well on its way towards that. And I've heard enough good said about Carrion to not be in a position where I could find a real legitimate way to justify not playing the game. Man, that was a awkwardly phrased sentence. My point is, it sold well enough, it sounds reviewed well enough that it should be on my wish list if it's not already. Next we have a game on Steam called The Outcast Lovers, which just looks, it's tagged as a choose your own adventure visual novel. So you've got kind of a low detail, sharp, kind of polygon-esque art style here. I don't know if that means there's an actual game here, or if this is like a 5-minute scene that's just been animated. It's free, and yeah, they're saying it's the second of 12 small experimental narrative games to be released monthly. So, English full audio. I don't really think I would agree with this releasing of it. Also, they put out a demo for a free game, which seems to be crazy. I don't know if I would recommend bothering to try to play that game, but it's free, so the price Price is Right.
Just don't. See it? My wings flutter with love.
Hey, let's play.
Gotta remember to play. But I guess, yeah, those games are free, so if you're out there and that looks interesting to you to have a short narrative experience, check it out. Guess that's all I really need to say. Gematsu has the RPG Higurashi When They Cry Mei, M-E-I, which there's a whole bunch of RPGs under the Higurashi When They Cry series. It has been announced for iOS and Android, which okay. It's going to be a free-to-play RPG with in-game purchases. It's a new game in the series with a completely new story developed in cooperation with the series creator Rikushi07. Let's see. And
We'll trample you.
the
Better than in the cradle.
screenshots of it makes it definitely look like a free-to-play RPG game. I think Higurashi When They Cry is a horror visual novel series of sorts, a horror mystery series, but I could be wrong in thinking of a different one. Alright.
Don't make me get rough.
Do
By
this.
my wings.
Evolve this.
You're done for. Thrown in my thorns. No trespassing.
Interesting.
Embraced by the earth.
I'm gonna quickly have to turn off that warning, but it is helping me a little bit to make sure I know I've played everything. Next we have a game on Steam called Stores VR, S-T-O-I-R-S. This looks kind of MS Painty in the thumbnail, and this doesn't look like it's particularly well animated in the game. A lot of dark screenshot syndrome, a lot of green over things for no reason. Looks like it might be a VR game, but then it's underpriced at $4.99. English only. Yep, it does just look kind of like a horror asset flip game. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Performer, which is tagged as a turn-based strategy. Looks to me like it's a low polygon puzzle game, if anything. $4.99, whole bunch of languages. Nothing visually interesting around that. Right. And then do that. And then can we evolve something like this? And then when you evolve it and attack like this, and then if we return it, is it then evolved back, or does it lose the evolve? It loses the evolve. That's good to know. See, next we have a game called Mystic Ruin: A New Dawn, which is an RPG Maker game. Obviously, for $3.74, English only. Nothing more needs to be said about that.
Whoa, you're strong.
Okay. And my score is just at the lowest it can possibly be. So I'm gonna try this Portalcraft pre-built deck. I think that's probably the one I'd have the highest chance of winning. But yeah, unless I just run into an amazingly good win streak, we're going to end the season at the lowest possible D0 rank, which,
Activate.
fair enough. Like, that's probably where we should start
This one's for my
for
family.
the first month of gameplay. It would be kind of crazy if I did make it to like master rank and somehow was like doing incredibly well while not understanding the game at all. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Super Willow
Reporting for duty.
Demake, WILLO. I don't know a game by that name, though. This does just like does look just like a platforming game. Apparently there was some game called Willow. Well, yeah. Yeah, there's a game here, also from the same developer, called Willow, that came out in 2017. So they're basically just trying to sell their same game with a slightly worse visual graphics. You'd be better off selling your game and updating your current game instead of making a new game. You can see here, this came out in 2017. It has 3 user reviews, so it never got any traction or relevancy. I think that's probably because it's $4.99 and there's nothing here that makes it look particularly special. Although in all fairness, it does look more polished than a lot of games on Steam. But certainly, just making things a little bit more pixely doesn't change much. Although zooming out the camera and making things smaller might make it a little bit easier to control or play as a game, but that's about it.
Do you know my master? Cleansing mode.
Tough crowd.
And here we have a game on Steam called Super Boxland Demake from the exact same publisher. So he's also advertising against himself and flooding the Steam market. Yeah. English, Portuguese, and Brazil for the language for this game. I didn't talk about any of that. $3.99 discounted. It's just a box pushing game. Yeah. If Valve wanted to be controlling
Cleansing mode.
and more censors, like censoring things, this is the kind of action you'd want to censor. Is the idea of somebody putting effectively the same game with different art on sale and putting 2 games on the Steam store at the same time. That there should just be by default no way to do that. It should say you have to release these at least a day apart, if not a week apart, if not a month apart. I still think it would be fairly fair for them to say anybody who's gonna do the Steam $100 direct program agrees to being limited to releasing 1 game a month. And that would work for 99.9% of all Steam Direct publishers, self-publishing games. And anybody that wants to publish more than that would not be under the Steam Direct contract anyways. So
Welcome to the city of hopes and dreams.
there's probably less of a reason to be concerned about that. Like Ubisoft putting its games on Steam is not gonna need to be held to that contract. Can't attack, right? Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Super Psy Penguin, which looks like it's just a bullet hell shoot 'em up game. Seems like you might be shooting monsters or demons instead of ships, but I definitely don't see anything here interesting. $4.99, English, allegedly full audio. You have a succubus character flying back and forth. Definitely feels asset flippy. Here you just have a box for seemingly no reason on the screen. 3 damage. Put a puppet in your hand.
Ooh, you're a big fella.
Let's see. What do we want to do? I think we just do that. Next we have a game on Steam called Artha Epic Card Battle Game, which looks like it's a card battle game. The art does not look particularly interesting, and having just kind of gone through several of the collectible card games that I was going to play and look at, I'm not sure that I need to build a list of more than 5 of the top tier collectible card games to potentially look at over the next few years.
Light upon the land.
Follow that.
Now the fight begins.
Luminescence.
You put that on the field. Do that.
Shining hope.
Do that.
All together
That. And that. This game is tagged, Artha is tagged early access. It has a base price of 10% off for $13.49, and it's English, allegedly full audio. That doesn't catch my attention. By the way, I mentioned when looking at a game that supposedly I would have gotten a 30% loyalty bonus for buying Beyond the Steel Sky if I owned Beneath the Steel Sky, or no, it wasn't if I owned Beneath the Steel Sky, it was if I owned one of Revolution Software's other games, which I think probably was like Broken Sword 5 would have been one of the games that qualified there. And I wasn't logged in at the time, so I wasn't sure if that was really how that was going to work. I did log in. That is exactly how that works. So there is now this system in place that I was unaware of before. It may have always been in place, but I'm not sure. But yeah, there is a system in place where they can tell if you own other games on the Steam game prices, and they can give you a loyalty discount without having to hand a coupon to the player and have them have to use that digital coupon on a specific game, which means now that coupons will probably never happen again, because I think Steam is going to get rid of the whole inventory item concept in totality. But it also means you can't share a coupon. So if I had gotten 30% off as a loyalty bonus for owning previous games, I couldn't then go send that discount to somebody else who maybe doesn't own, didn't deserve that loyalty bonus. It does also open the door that if video game developers wanted to be nice, they could certainly offer more discounts for people who are more loyal. I don't know if there is a system inherently guaranteed that a higher number of games you own from that company would increase your discount. That would be interesting, particularly if you could get it down to 100% off if you own every other game a developer has made. Okay. Moving on, we have a game called 7 in 7, which looks like a terrible low-effort pixel platformer shooter. It seems like it might have a little bit of an interesting idea of a world that you have to kind of spin around and manipulate yourself around and shoot at giant creatures. It's just not animated at all well. It's discounted to $5.39. Seems like you hang and swing like an Umahari Kawase game sometimes. English full audio allegedly. Yeah, not very good. Alright. What's this do? Put 3 puppets in your hand to draw 1 damage to enemy followers. Okay. So I can kill exactly
Let's have a look-see.
1 person. And then I'm doomed. Might as well try and draw a card.
I live by the sword.
Didn't play that quite right. So I'm gonna lose. Next we have a game on Steam called Tomb Treasure VR, which looks like a dark screenshot tomb generation game. Looks fairly asset flippy again. And the video itself is also very dark.
Incredible.
Requires VR, it's $10.79. And English, French, and German this time.
It won't be long now.
This is great.
Next we have a game on Steam called Wings of Legends, where you apparently are riding dragons. Actually, not that many games where you're riding dragons, actually. So, there might be something to that. We'll see if we can play enough games to go around in a circle once. So I think I'd put Wings of Legends on the fall list at least. It's $9.99, which at a certain point, if I see enough VR games down to this price, maybe people have just realized that VR games can't be overpriced anymore.
Time for me to prove myself.
This would be kind of like the great economy to force people into actually reasonably pricing those games. But I'm going to put this on the fall list. Although, in all fairness, it may very well just be a short 5-minute demo in which you're on rails riding a dragon. Next we have a game called Requiem Aeternam Eden. I don't know if that's supposed to be a word I recognize or if that's just a name. But yeah, this looks like a MS Paint style RPG game. Although it's tagged sci-fi, horror, and RPG. 99 cents. It's being compared to Binding of Isaac, which that's a very tall comparison. Next we have Zango's Shark Adventure, which looks like it might be a platformer of some actual quality. There's some animation here. Is this kind of like a Donkey Kong Country type game? Or is it a platformer? Or is it something completely different? I want to see a video of this playing. Alright, so you avoid the sharks and bounce on things, and you try to get the bananas. You also shoot bananas, so they're kind of like bullets. I'm not sure I believe that there's an actual game here, but at the very least there's polish here. So I'm going to put a follow list. Well, you just conceded.
I won!
Which, if I was smart, I would stop right there. You conceded before I even played, so let's try that again. I was moving slow, but not that slow. Godsteel Wings. Next we have a game called Toilet Paper Unleashed, which looks like a troll game by the
Time for me to prove
thumbnail and everything else.
myself. Mother, father, come on.
It's 99 cents, English only. Definitely looks like a joke game or a troll game. I guess I'd probably put it more in the category of a joke game, since I don't really see a I don't really see the troll part in it. Gamatsu has an article, Reverse Collapse Codename Bakery China Joy 2020 gameplay walkthrough. So this is some game, I guess, called Reverse Collapse. But it's a turn-based RPG. Okay. Yep. It does look like a mobile game. And I believe the China Joy games were the ones that Sony was, or either Sony or Sega, I think it was Sony, was kind of funding the development of several Chinese games, and very little of them actually looked interesting at all. But a couple of them definitely did look interesting. So I want to be somewhat fair with that. Next we have a game on Steam called Legend MMO, which is, this is clearly a Chinese game and an MMO, so I wouldn't play it. And like so many of these Chinese MMOs, they look like MMOs. They look like World of Warcraft clones. It's free to play, but the English is not supported, Chinese only. So what can you really take from that?
How much is in it for me?
It's a little surprising that there isn't just one really popular MMO made by a Chinese company in China. But I inherently assume that's because the one popular MMO in China is still World of Warcraft, and the Chinese government is desperate to get their kids to stop playing something not made in China. Let's do
May the
this,
forest be at peace.
and then I guess do this.
Live by the sword.
Iron my fair
Just
share.
attack here. Gamatsu has an article. Battletoads launches August 20th. Rash, Zitz, and Pimple are back. That's the name of the Battletoads. Although I don't think this is the way they were animated before, so they're kind of going in a different art style.
This wasn't worth it.
Oh,
And we are hitting a point also where I've been sitting in this chair too long, so that's what's gonna drive me crazy. I've never played the original Battletoads game, and since it's notorious for being impossible without a walkthrough, I'm not sure I would see a reason to make that extra effort to
The forest abandoned me.
play a Battletoads game.
you're done for.
So the old Battletoads game, I guess is what I mean.
Just don't.
I probably do have a decent argument that to go
Help me, fairies.
and play the new one.
Mean.
And see, that would be fairly nice in general if you could play a lot of games or remakes of old games that were memorable and relevant from the old days, but that you personally may not have played. And certainly just modernization
Better than in the cradle.
of old games in general is a potential untapped spring of success. This is a different card than what I thought it was.
Stay away. They're picking on me. Yeah. Finally. Found you. Hey, let's play. Hey, let's play.
Take that.
I'm coming for
See.
you.
Next, we have a game on Steam called Monster Crown. This looks like it is a Pokemon clone that actually does have a level of polish on it, that it actually has a chance of actually working. It's on PC, it's early access, it's discounted to $13.49. That's an ambitious price that hopefully implies an ambitious quality experience. It is not audio, no full audio, so that does also imply that they're not going to limit themselves potentially by having to try to have a ton of script and dialogue happen.
Hey, let's play.
So this would be a 5/6 if I evolve it.
You're on now.
So I can do that,
I'll live again.
and then do that, and do that. So yeah, Monster Crown is not one of the big Pokemon clone games that I've been hearing about, of which there's been 4 or 5 that have been coming out or are coming out in about over the course of the next year or so. But almost all of them had something wrong with them, where they were either MMOs, or they were going to be really greedy, or they were going to be fairly short. I think a lot of them were MMOs and multiplayer focused, which then eliminates my thought as far as me wanting to play them.
Light upon the land.
Okay. That. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Handy's Harry's Haunted House Service, which it seems like this is just a low effort joke game, troll, asset flip horror game. It's early access for $4.49, English, allegedly full audio. Yeah, that really just looks terrible.
My lord.
Oh, come on!
Here is Battletoads on Steam, so we'll put it on the follow list. Since this is being published by Microsoft Studios and Rare Limited, but it's been developed by Data Studios, I believe is what that says. Which the only other thing they made was a game called Overruled, which was mixed reviewed. Like, there's not a lot of... That's not great hope that the only other game that's published on Steam from this developer is a Smash Brothers clone that's mixed reviewed. But there is kind of a question as far as what Rare is working on right now, and what they might release at any point in the future, which very well may be nothing.
To be at peace. Hey, let's play.
Let's see. See, this is just another example of you losing. 10 plus that is 15.
Oh, come on! Whoa, you're strong.
Yeah, and I said it would have been smart to just stop, because here I'm gonna lose 30 points, which means 3 more games and I'll lose right back down to the 1200 minimum. Gametto has an article here. Double Kick Heroes launches August 13th for Switch and PC, August 28th for Xbox One. Double Kick Heroes is the rhythm game with kind of the interesting art style on top of it, but I think inherently does just fall under the category of being a rhythm game first and foremost.
more crying.
So, yeah. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Mafia Gangsta City, which clearly is just a low-effort mobile game being ported to Steam, and it doesn't have even a single screenshot of an actual gameplay mechanic that looks interesting or a gameplay screen that looks interesting. It's $1.59. It's English and Turkish. I was listening to a podcast and someone proposed the question of what would be a game you would just eliminate from the timeline, like as if it never existed. And yeah, the general recommendations weren't that were mentioned weren't particularly interesting, but you could potentially like eliminate Night Trap, and maybe that would change the video game industry a lot. I don't know if that changes the video game industry in the right direction, though. It might actually have caused much bigger problems in the long run. You could get rid of a game like Hatred and it would have avoided a controversy, and that's really where my head would be, is what games cause controversies that hurt the industry more than the games existing in total. And one of the arguments is if you eliminated the first GTA game, well, then you probably wouldn't get any of the GTA games, and that's a fairly controversial thought, I imagine, to most people, but that probably is the smart move. If you were just going to remove something from the history books as if it so it never existed, get rid of GTA. You don't have any GTA controversy for the first game being violent. You don't have the hot coffee incident. You don't have the company that owns GTA now running a casino and creating more controversy and just never making any games that people want to play. Sure, you also lose out a lot on the good parts of GTA, and a lot of people love GTA. But yeah, I would say get rid of the GTA series. You could certainly get rid of like the ET game, but that really wouldn't affect anything. Or you could get rid of Custer's Revenge, which would avoid a some controversy there, but that's not really a big enough thing. I think it's worth mentioning that this card has a like companion card, and if both are on the field at the same time, then the two cards merge together automatically. It's an interesting card. I know I have the one of them, but I don't have the other. I don't have that one, the hardened glass. Let's see.
It won't be long now.
See, you can't see. What is this? At the start of your turn, this follower combines with an allied harnessed flame and becomes flame and glass, which is a 7-point neutral follower of 7/7 with storm. Strike does 7 damage to all enemies. It evolves to a 9/9 with storm and the same abilities. So
Nothing scary with allies by your side.
if I had both of those cards, I would play them. Moving on, we have a game called / Hex on Steam. It's a hacking simulation game, and I'm not sure that there's something here more than just a pipe dream clone, although that itself might be good enough. And this might be a little bit of a mobile port to PC. It's early access for $9.99, English full audio. I'll put that on the follow list. $10 is an ambitious price, and there might be something here. It's from Solus Studios, who haven't published anything else, though. Alright, so here's the Reddit for G4 TV, which I don't know if they made a Reddit or if that's new, or if it's new or not. Let's see. Can we find out as far as
Be that way.
oh, they conceded. Interesting. See how
The pleasure
on
was all mine.
Reddit's website page do you get the side banner? Probably shrink it. That's what you do, yeah. So yeah, this was created August 16th, 2010, 9 years ago. So it is a 10-year anniversary that G410 TV is coming back. So, yeah. It's almost as if it was planned, or as if licenses or contracts fell apart. So, here's the AMA. Let's sort by new. Well, then if we sort by new, you'll get a bunch of garbage. So here's, I'm Blair Herder and was just told that G4 is coming back. So glad I never left the building. Ask me anything. And this is the AMA. So let's see what the most upvoted votes. Or is Kevin Pereira or any foreigner at G4 TVs involved? If yes, who? If there's no Ratty, you might as well not bring back X-Play. Is there any response here? It's 379 comments and so, and there was no response to that main best answer. Alright, next thread, as the way Reddit works. Right, here we go. If G4 is G4 still owned by Comcast, or is another party involved? Will there be a way to watch all the old shows, not just X-Play and Attack shows either? I'm talking Code Monkeys, Portal, Filter, Cheat, Icons, Judgment Day, G4TV.com, all the good stuff. Each one of those would probably be licenses that would have to be separately negotiated, I would imagine. So there'd be yes and no. Between the rise of YouTube and Twitch letting anyone make their own content, I think it's clear network television just isn't going to cut it. So what form is this going to take finally? Where the hell is Code Monkeys Season 3? This is my favorite show. Again, no response. So here's what we want to do. Let's just look at his posts. Let's see. Okay. His posts here for here. Yeah, there's literally no comments he's responded to at all in 3 hours. What kind of AMA is that? Does it ask me anything and I'll respond to none of them? Unless I'm just using this completely wrong. Like, let's see. Maybe you look at comments. Alright. Yeah, let's look at comments. Yeah, the only comment he's made was 3 days ago that is, this is beautiful. And the only post, which would be the start of a thread, of a forum, was this from 3 hours ago. So, take it one way or the other. Either he's got absolutely nothing to say because he's not really involved, Or take it for my more tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, the Blair Herder has just gone crazy. He's trying to promote himself. He's trying to wish something into existence that isn't really going to happen. And so he has just found the old Twitter things. We're not anywhere close to April Fools, so you really can't claim it's an April Fool's Day joke. But there's seems to be a lack of coordination, at least between Blair Herder, his actions, and what you would want G4's, whoever's in charge of G4's actions to be. This could be, in general, just a indication that whoever is in charge of G4, if it's not Blair Herder, is potentially just like incompetent, because you would kind of assume that whoever's in charge of G4 would have control of at least some modding power, and they would probably take his badge as far as G4 staff and change that to like a former G4 staff situation, or maybe mute him so that he's not out there posting anything. But yeah. There's just nothing here. There's nothing on this AMA. There's nothing on this Twitter, this Reddit forum. Like, there's nothing being said. It's just a hype circle jerk echo chamber. So yeah. They're definitely not starting off on the right foot. Which, in all fairness, I'm not sure announcing your TV channel coming back a year early, or at least 3 or 4 months early, is the right move, unless you've got everything dotted and crossed. Like, it almost does also beg the question: is this just people creating their own jobs because the pandemic has wiped them out? Has every other person who had moved on to a more successful career been laid off, so now they're like, well, we've got nothing better to do, so let's bring back G4 and try to milk the fanboys who have been pining for that? Is this really going to boil down to 4 or 5 people doing something on Twitch or YouTube and getting maybe $1,000 a month via Patreon supporters? Like, that's another thought to certainly consider, is what if all of the G4 content is behind some kind of paywall, where you have to pay $10, $20 a month to see all the content, or even some of the content. Alright. Draw a card. And then play this.
Right upon the land.
And then evolve this.
This match is mine. Luminescence.
Then go ahead and attack this. We have another game on Steam called Sky Sanctuary, which seems to be a VR collection of some things you might do in Japan, like archery and bamboo slicing. If you were like training as a ninja, some drum beating. Interesting. It's $8.09. Bunch of languages. It might be good enough, because if it is a combination of 3 or 4 little mini games that a
Stand at the edge of
ninja
eternity.
or monk in training might do. There might be
My
something
lord.
there.
Wait, how did I lose?
Not sure I want to play another game. So let's hit the battle again button and just leave it here for a second. TechRaptor has a rumor that the Xbox Online multiplayer and Halo's Infinite multiplayer may be going free. This rumor is apparently growing. There's this thought that Xbox Live Gold is going away, but there's been no official confirmation of that, and I don't think they're ready to announce that, but there's a decent chance that that is true. Here we have a game on Steam called Ryder's World I Want to Ride. It is fairly rare that you get a female focused equestrian game, but clearly this is what it is. Unfortunately, all of these games tend to look pretty awful, to the point that I would say this horse's body proportions are out of whack. This is an incredibly short horse based on its leg length, and a long horse. This game is $4.49. We only have a few more to talk about. We also have a game here called Riderland Mine Rimfurter, which looks like a horse racing game. So 2 of them, $4.79, English and German. Is it from the same company? Yes, it is. So the same company has 4 different horse racing games available at the moment. We're getting listed. Next we have a game on Steam called Lost Wings, which looks like it's a racing game. Racing game where you might shoot and fight things. I think I've seen a game somewhat similar to this, so I'm not sure if this is that game or not. It's $5.99 discounted, English and a whole bunch of languages. I'm gonna put this on a follow list. It might not be my thing, but there's a chance it is something that would interest me. See, I'm trying to bring up the list of all new releases on Steam while I'm going through all this. Gamatsu has an article here. Disgaea 4 Complete Plus is coming to PC this fall. A host of network features due out sometime after launch. There is this danger that I already have purchased Disgaea 4, and so Complete Plus might be a double dipping and purchasing the game twice. But it also might be the case that Disgaea 4 has just not been on Steam at all. I'm not 100% sure Disgaea 1 has been listed on Steam either. This is the one where you play as the enemy demons that are in strategic tactical placements for RPG gameplay. I think Disgaea might be a particularly long game too, so there is some concern there. But it seems like it's a fairly relevant game, so it'd be hard to justify not playing it. Gamatsu has an article here. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2 version 1.3.0 update is now available. It adds a legend style, which, this being a small side game, it feels ridiculous that it would need any kind of updates, or it would get any kind of updates at all. Let's see. New releases. All new releases. And apparently the sale went off, so it it ran out of time. Beyond the Steel Sky now is not discounted at all, but I swear at one point it was 30% off for me, which that is interesting that might be the new way things are done. And so that would bring me to the Humble Bundle, but since we missed out on a lot of games, I'm just gonna kind of quickly go down the list of all the new games that have come out, and this is probably a great example of why you wouldn't want to do it this way. Here we have a adult game, so we set the clock on that. Here we have a Toho Big Battle DLC. This also lists all the DLC. Here you have a probably low effort game, Anime School Girl Dance Club. Let's see. I can barely even read these. Let's see if we can maybe zoom this up a little bit. Yeah, that's better. No, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. So, we talked about /Hex, so those were just the games that came out recently. Let's see, Humankind Open Dev has some kind of free software, I bet. Yeah, you also would have software coming up. And a lot of things that I would have curated out, and a lot of things that are not priced, so you know that they aren't even out yet. A lot of free-to-play games. I guess I could probably go through a list like this and eliminate a lot of free-to-play games. Here we have one called Eden's Ritter, Paladins of Ecstasy, which almost certainly is an adult game. Well, I'll see if that's the case. A game called Core Defense. Aeon Moon, we talked about that one. Some more DLC. A game called Bells and Whistles, which is almost certainly a low effort game. This game, Max and the Book of Chaos, was one I was gonna check out. Virus Rush is a Zumba clone. Hive is another one that I was gonna click on and see, but I'm gonna try and skip a bunch of these too, and I'll just mention them. Suppose I could potentially make just go through these listed games and not even give them a decent look. I could just judge a book by its cover, basically by the name and the thumbnail, and then only open them as tabs to look at if they interest me. That'd probably reduce a lot of the this Love Mystery Club is probably a visual novel. For 59 cents it's too cheap, whereas this Muv-Love Photo Melodies is $26.99, so that's worth mentioning. Fairy Tale, I believe, is out and it's already got mixed reviews, so that's worth mentioning. Yeah. At a certain point, though, it would just come down to, am I trying to save myself time, or am I trying to be as good of a video game journalist and critic by understanding what games are out and what the state of games being released is, and understanding what games, at least from the storefront perspective, seem to be popular. At a certain point, if I'm just trying to save myself time, then I very quickly am just editorializing to a maximum, to too high of an amount, in my opinion. And I could very easily say, oh, I don't like shooters, so I won't open any of the games or look or talk about any of the games that are shooters. This is from the 28th. I think we covered that a couple days ago, so there may really have just been nothing here. Apparently people voted on The Sims 4 nifty knitting stuff pack, which might be a testament on just who actually is interested in playing The Sims 4. It might just be a bunch of homebodies and old maids. Let's see, Skater XL, the ultimate skateboard game. Let's see what Ageless is. Here we have a game called Terrarium. Here we have some DLC that's naked skins. So that was the argument that Valve was trying to make, is that they wouldn't allow for the content to be on their servers or distributed through them, which seems to only apply when it's an anime game, and seems to only apply if the anime game has characters in schoolgirl outfits or in some other way indicating to that one person that the character looks younger than they like. Really, it seems like whoever's in charge of rejecting these games has just got, I guess, the equivalent of what you would call an anti-fetish. Yeah, I think we probably are at a point here where I have either talked about all these games before, or they're just not worth talking about. Because we're getting down to like July 25th. And undoubtedly I did miss some games. I think I probably do miss maybe 10 to even 20% of all games, because either the What's on Steam listing doesn't get them or something else happens. But a random assortment of games being missed is very different from a curated assortment of games being missed. One can be done by accident and ignorance, the other cannot. Yeah, here we have a Hello Neighbor alpha from July 23rd, so I think that's more than enough. And then Eden's Ritter Paladins of Ecstasy is an adult-only game. So, and now I need to zoom back out. So, we'll come over here to Max of the Book of Chaos first, and then zoom back out. So there's a couple of games from the Max that they have a character named Max. And I'm not sure if this was one of those games or if this is just a different character named Max. It looks like it's a twin stick shooter. So what we should do is we should look and see if this developer has made the other Max games. No, they haven't. Let's look at the description. No, it looks like this is just a different Max. So then it just becomes a question, is this bullet hell platforming shooting game something worth playing? Or is this just not that good? I think it deserves a follow, though. I'll put it on the follow list. And yeah, the adult game here, Eden's Ritter Paladins of Ecstasy. If I quickly skip through all this, looks like a visual novel. It's $25.49. It's English and Japanese. It's an adult visual novel game. One of the screenshots has a anime girl locked in the stocks. Most of the others have large-breasted anime girls fighting dragons and other monsters. Yeah. Definitely looks like adult content. Do we see any of the characters looking particularly young since they're in these fantasy armor outfits? No, not really. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Liberated. This was like a comic book, almost like Comic Zone looking game. Fortunately, it's mixed reviewed, so even if it was on the fall list, it's already met the criteria for me to give it a second look, and then giving it a second look, we know it's not well received, or it needed to be really good. So nothing's gonna happen there. Let's see. Next we have Muv-Luv Photon Memories, which is tagged with having nudity in it. Let me look at all the screenshots so it's YouTube family friendly. Okay. So yeah, Muv-Luv Photon Memories. Bunch of characters. Here you once again see Valve kind of violating their own rule. This is a school uniform these characters are wearing. So if that's the trigger, then that's not the case here. This game was allowed on. And it's not from Manga Gamer. It seems like Manga Gamer in particular is getting treated fairly badly. Here you have a particularly younger character in the sense that they're shorter. Here you have a younger character in the sense that they're shorter. But they're all in an anime art style, so who knows what age they are. This is almost certainly a school age, if college age or high school age character from the looks of it. The Muv-Luv series has been going on, so this is $26.99, English, Japanese, full audio. Is there anything else that needs to be said here? I don't think so. I'll put it on the fall list, and I'll have to think about where I am with that series in totality. Yeah, I'm watching the video at the moment, and one of the videos does have a very steamed up element where all of the female characters are like all bathing together in a group bath. And then there was a picture here of a anime girl in black lingerie holding a stuffed animal, which again might be an indication, if you want to take it as an indication of youth. Although I guess lingerie is a counter indication of that. Moving on, we've got Fairy Tail, which almost every anime based game turns out to not be good, and Fairy Tail seems to have been no exception. It's a JRPG, and it's mixed reviewed from Koei Tecmo, and nothing inherently saying that Koei Tecmo's games are bad, but seemingly a lot of them are. Here we have a younger character by height in a swimsuit, although I wouldn't say particularly a age inappropriate swimsuit. But I bet Koei Tecmo doesn't get any kind of the censorship that Manga Gamer is getting, although I think Manga Gamer is also playing it up for appearance. Like, they are trying to play around the Streisand effect as much as possible, and they're succeeding, and Valve is being really stupid to let them succeed. Here's the game Blightbound, which looks like it is a beat 'em up game, or maybe a Diablo-esque. No, it's more of an RPG, it looks like. Interesting. It's early access, it's $17.99, or you buy the 3-pack. It's online co-op only, unfortunately. No single player, so I can't put it on the fall list. Next we have Cataclysm, which we already looked at Cataclysm, obviously, because it's already on the following list. It's mostly positive in its early access, so maybe they put a modification there, or maybe we looked at it earlier. Arrow, we also looked at that, so I may quickly find that I've looked at a lot of these already. Here's Destroy All Humans. This is overwhelmingly positive. It's well received. I wonder if a lot of these reviews though are for the original Destroy All Humans. Apparently I don't own the game, so I wouldn't be double dipping on this, so I'll just put it on the wish list. The voice actor of Invader Zim plays this character, which, okay, that's cool. I watched the Invader Zim movie and was not very impressed with it, probably because I'm just not in that mentality, and it probably would fairly well be unimpressive to go back and watch Invader Zim now, after all this time. Sometimes you just can't relive your youth. Here we have a game called Silent Head Ducks Hunt, which is obviously a low effort top-down twin stick shooter game with some apparent horror elements. It's early access and $9.09, English only. Let's go ahead and just go home here. I'm not going to play any more games. We'll end at 1393, which is basically saying nothing. Yep, we did end. So I got to score above 1500 apparently for a second there, and I got Forestcraft to level 25, so now we have the Water Fairy animated cards, which you can't really look at them, unfortunately. What does that actually leave us with missions? A new daily mission will start in like 41 minutes, so yeah, I'm gonna get maybe a 41-minute break before I either start playing the daily missions to try and get some temporary gems, or I at least get all of these done. I want all of these daily missions to overlap, so when I can get all three of them done very quickly, and then they will refill at the same time, so we don't have a split. But I'm not sure it's ever going to work that way. They may actually have scheduled this out in a way that you can't pull that off. Here we have Skater XL, the ultimate skateboarding game. It's on following list, and we can see it's rated very positive, so I think we can put that on the wish list. Even if there is a new Tony Hawk game that comes out, it wouldn't really kill me to play Skater XL also. Yeah, we have a game called Ageless, which looks like it's a platforming game. Is it a Super Meat Boy style game, or is it something more? Kind of feels like it's a platforming adventure game, not a frustration platformer game. Although it might be a frustration platformer game. So I'm going to put it on the following list. It's $14.99, whole bunch of languages. It's being bundled with Monster Sanctuary and Neon Abyss. I'll just see what the reviews have to say if it ever gets enough reviews. Next we have Terrarium, which looks like it might be something. They're calling it a puzzle platformer with dark comedy, which is not what I would expect from a game called Terrarium. And it does kind of feel like it's trying to do some name confusion with Terrarium. But it's already on the follow list, so I guess I don't have to do anything and change it. Next we have Maid of Skur, which is a first-person horror game. It definitely looks interesting. $22.49 is being bundled with Don't Knock Twice. I would have been really upset if this had come out and I had just missed it. So I'm glad I went back for this game, because this actually does look like a well-polished horror game. I have 3 more. Next there's a game called Cherry VX, which is more realistic 3D models of women with giant butts, and you're just like full-on hardcore sex being depicted here in nudity. Yeah. They still, I will once again say, I still think that the storefront should be blurred and censored. Even if the game is completely uncensored, because that is rather extreme. But on the other hand, I definitely know what that game is offering, and I do know that it's going to be crude and not very like intelligent or subtle. It's not going to titillate at all. It's just going to go for the straight banging, for lack of a better description. And if that's what you want, I guess I'm glad that there are products out there for people that want that. Next we have a game here called Other Side, which looks very, very interesting because it's kind of this grayscale looking game with lots of monsters. And it's some kind of timing and turn-based game. Like, it looks fairly stylistic. It's from Focus Home Interactive. Doesn't look like it's any old game being republished, which honestly I think that's what Focus Home Interactive mostly does. Now, you do run into a problem where a lot of these screenshots do feel like they are falling under the dark screenshot syndrome curse if you're not careful. But then they did do a good job of putting like 3 videos right up front, so you actually can see the game in movement, and seeing the game in movement definitely makes it look way more, or at least seeing the trailer in movements definitely makes it look more interesting. So I'm going to put this on the follow list. $34.99, English full audio, a whole bunch of other languages. And I'm going to check Focus Home Interactive just to make sure they are the company I think they are. The Surge 2, A Plague Tale Innocence, a lot of farming simulator games, Call of Cthulhu, Vampire as a publisher, The Council, The Surge 1, Styx. Okay, so it's not quite the company I was thinking of, but it is a company that I know, although I would also say maybe a lot of the Focus Home Interactive published games tend to be less interesting. I bought all those Game of Thrones games. I have like 2 or 3 of them that I still have yet to play. We've hit the point, by the way, where apparently at some point George R.R. Martin said, if I haven't finished the Song of Ice and Fire series by this point, it's okay to put me in jail. And he said it jokingly, and he said it many, many years ago. Well, we've hit that point and he still hasn't finished it. Which, yeah, don't ever set expectations or deadlines if you can avoid it. It would be what I would suggest on that part. This is an interesting looking game. We have a game here called Blank Space, which is, by all looks, a game that probably has some nudity and sexual content on it, but it by default seems to be an escape the room game instead of a low effort like visual novel game. It does have some visual novel elements, but that does seem like that's interesting. $9.99, English only. I'd like to see the reviews on this. It's positive so far, so I'm going to put it on the follow list. If anything, I would guess one of these persons kidnapped the other person and then it's pretending like they're trapped in the room. But maybe not. Alright, so then that would bring me to the Humble Bundle store. And we'll see if there's any new bundles this Friday, which almost certainly there aren't. I don't know why you'd put out bundles on Friday anyways. But sometimes they might. The Double Fine bundle. Double Fine Adventure Complete Series Deluxe Edition. I need to look at what that is because I didn't know that there actually was a game called Double Fine Adventure. I thought that was just a code name for like Broken Age. But then here you have on this bundle Psychonauts for $1, Double Fine Adventure, and then Amnesia Fortnite 2012, which these might be videos. That might be the case. Then Day of the Tentacle, which I already own, Broken Age, which I already own. I may not own Brutal Legend, and it would be nice if somebody gifted that to me. If I don't own it, $8.60 is right now what this costs. Psychonauts, I think I own that. That would be really bad if I didn't. Massive Chalice, I don't think I own that. Costume Quest, I do own that. And then you have Rad, GNOG, 140. I wanted GNOG, I'm not sure I bought it. We're really at that point. Thoth, Mountain, everything. None of these games actually are from Double Fine though. Gang Beast, Scapegoat 2, Full Throttle I own, Headlander I own, Grim Fandango I own. So it would be a fairly bad bundle for me to buy because there'd just be so much redundancy. And I'm going to assume that the Pathfinder bundle and the Paradox Interactive bundle we've already talked about, and the Daedalic bundle we've already talked about. So yeah, 5 days left on that one, 4 days left on that one, and 3 days left on that one. So we're probably not getting anything new next week. And then that brings me back to my Twitter feed. Apparently Puzzle Nation is remotely looking for a senior mobile game engineer. Never heard of Puzzle Nation. We have a game, several games that will have come out almost certainly, and we'll leave those for Monday because I doubt too much actually is going to happen over the weekend. Free Game Friday is happening, of course, for Larry Bird, Major Nelson, aka Major Nelson. Let's see. I'm scrolling down. 2K strikes a deal with the National NFLPA, upcoming NFL game. So that would be the National Football League Players Association, I assume. So 2K is going to make a football game including the players' likenesses, which almost certainly the game Grindstone, which is on Apple Arcade, has gotten a massive update according to OpenCritic. We might talk about that on Monday. Let's see if there's anything else worth mentioning. Stardew Valley Collector's Edition is finally coming in 2020. It actually looks like a rather nice collector's edition, but I still wouldn't recommend people buying those things. Tim Sweeney of Double Fine was on a podcast, and they're announcing that the podcast is called the Spelunky Show-like Podcast Crew. Although, frankly, I'm not sure how much you would want to listen to Tim Sweeney or get your news from Tim Sweeney. At a certain point, he might be just a lot like Randy Pitchford, in which a lot of what he says is questionable for a couple different reasons. He may not be actually in the know. He may just be a top level manager. And now that Microsoft owns Double Fine, who knows if he's even being consulted or told things. There is kind of this core problem that has always run in the world of video game like interviewing, in which the top people are always interviewed, and the top people make all these claims, but the top people aren't really on the ground floor, so they may not know what's really going on with the game, or they may be just BSing, and they may just be adding things, as several of the people have. Although on the other hand, you also have people that literally are programming the game and are on the ground floor, and they still BS and add ideas and concepts that they're just not good at speaking the actual truth. They're speaking the hopeful truth. Or yeah, one thing I think people don't realize enough is just how many people actually are pathological, to a certain extent. Pathological being an actual medical diagnosis of literally not realizing that you're lying. And often pathological people lie about stupid, unimportant things, not something that would be to their benefit in any way. Alright, so actually I think most people that are video game developers that lie about there being features in their games, and then it turns out those features aren't in the games, are probably not pathological, because that is lying to actually benefit themselves. Okay, well, that's going to be it for the stream. It has occurred to me that maybe sometimes when I open the wrong tab open for the YouTube chat, I might be seeing some of like a previous YouTube chats tab. So it is possible somebody got on the stream and chatted and I didn't see it. If that's the case, I'm sorry. That's going to be it for the stream though. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can support me by friending me on Steam and giving me a gift card or a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.